what it do?
Ahoy!
Happy draft day.
I love that Jamarcus Russell drop.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
He wasn't very good, was he?
No.
A little bit of a bust, wasn't he?
I think most people consider him and Leaf the two biggest busts in NFL draft history.
I called that.
It's tip of the cap.
You want to go back to the tape, man?
Hey, check my high school tape, man. You know I balled.
My draft analysis back then, I called that.
You know how we do it. Are you dressing up with like the Raider gorilla here?
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah,
Dude,
you got all the fans that are dressed up.
First of all,
yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
We're burying the lead.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a tiny child standing or sitting across from us.
Is he standing? I hope he's not standing.
It's an adorable little chair you're in
Ladies
right there.
and gentlemen, NFL Draft Maestro.
Yes.
Andrew Nemec is in today. What's up?
Hey, I like how you guys had me on and then give me the tiniest chair pot. You guys are at least a foot above me.
You look adorable over there.
I look like a small child.
Pulled up a spot at the kids' table.
Yeah. Hey, just
real nice.
Maybe if you put a little effort, maybe next year you can be at the big boy table.
Oh, that's good.
We'll get you a big boy chair.
I'm hopeful for a grown-up chair next year.
I will say, especially with your hands under the table like
I'm purposely doing that.
You
yes.
look absurd.
Yes, I feel absurd.
Could we get a booster seat in here?
Well, the best is like before we came in here and he was like, oh my God, this. So he's like sitting there fiddling around with the chair trying to get it to elevate. Turns out those don't raise. Now ours do because we have big boy chairs. You think you could just come in here and get a big boy chair? Nice try,
not.
kid.
No.
I don't think that's the way this works.
Strong.
Well,
no.
We appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah. Thanks for the hospitality. I got what is this? An almond roca and a little kid chair.
That's from me.
Here's some candy.
All the almond roca you can eat. Now, if I was being nice, I would give you my chair that elevates. Because I could sit in that and still be normal height because I'm not a small child.
No,
But
you're not a nice person.
I'm not. No, I'm not going to.
You're going to make me sit in the little chair.
Yes, I think it's great to look over at you.
Well, I just now learned we didn't have more tall chairs in here.
Yeah, I can't say I knew that either.
Yeah, because we have tall chairs, you have small chairs. I'm sorry, that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, this was also news to me.
Now, aren't you on?
Concerns.
You're on after us today?
I am. Yeah, and I'll just continue draft coverage from 7 to 8 o'clock. Yeah.
So you can sit in this chair.
Yeah, and what's,
nice and
what's
tall.
great is I'll be in the big boy chair right around the 16th pick, the Seahawks pick. So our show will start. Traditionally, the number 16 pick starts between like 7 and 7:10. So we should be on the air for the Seahawks pick and have that for people.
Okay.
And I'll be in a big boy chair to break that all down.
So 3 to 8.
Mm-hmm.
How about that? 3 to 8. Nemec, he is partially stiff already. As we are 1 hour and 57 minutes from the first pick.
He's not Trey Lance stiff yet, but we'll see what happens.
You mentioned the Raiders guys, and they were showing the fans here.
Oh yeah, dude, that place in Detroit, because when I was in Detroit, like in September, they were already setting up for this, kind of laying the groundwork. And dude, that thing in Detroit, like people in Detroit are fired up that someone wants to come to their city and not light something on fire.
Yeah, I'm sure that most of those people are from Detroit.
Yes,
but. And I guess if the NFL draft were in my city, maybe I'd go down there and check it out.
No, you would not.
Maybe I would.
You would not.
Maybe I
check
would.
It out.
No,
it just depends.
You'd be my last pick of everyone at 1080 that would want to. You know what I think I'm going to go do? Stand there while Roger Goodell announces who the
You would
18th
avoid
pick
it like
is.
the plague.
You would
He's
not
right.
go.
He's right.
I'm getting killed here. And look, it's not. I get where you're going. You're not wrong. I'm just saying, like, maybe if they had some cool stuff around it and a beer garden, and certainly I'm a VIP guy.
Yeah,
right.
Give me a VIP tent, with maybe a little extra
there you go.
accoutrement.
Yeah. Some draft swag or whatnot.
Now
But
I feel like you're in.
I am stunned. I really am stunned that it's the power of the NFL that grown men with jobs from all over the country will drop everything and fly to another city and
dress like an idiot.
yes,
Full on cosplay. Like
yes,
like
that's all it is.
It's crazy.
And the best thing you will get is drunk, which you can do anywhere. The second best thing, like the unique thing that you're flying to see, is 13. I think there's only 13 NFL or 13 potential picks
and
there.
you can't get anywhere near them.
You will not hear them talk. You will see them hug an old white guy. That is what you have flown there for.
You haven't heard the latest? There may be no hugs.
Oh yeah, fist bump.
No, Goodell's got he's got back issues, so there may be no hug.
So you can't even see
Not
that.
even that.
And here's how
It's
everyone
absurd.
knows you're right. Right? Here's how we know you're right. No one, no Chiefs fan, no Packers fan has ever told a story anywhere ever. I was at the draft in face paint when Patrick Mahomes was. No one's ever told that
So
story.
they're secretly embarrassed?
It's never been cool. Like, if someone had that story and they were like, I was so sure that draft was going to be franchise altering that I wore a jersey to be there for Mahomes. No one does. You know why? Because it sucks. And everyone who goes dresses up and they're like, don't tell anybody that we got drunk and wore face paint.
It's really silly.
Yeah.
Oh, it's absurd.
But
yes.
at the same time, that's the power of the NFL.
Yeah.
That is one area where I am a curmudgeon about sports. I don't think grown men should wear current player jerseys. I think it's
I can
weird
get behind that.
as a grown man or a little boy in this studio to wear. Like, I would never wear a George Kittle jersey or a Debo Samuel.
But
I have a
you'd wear-
Jerry Rice jersey and a Patrick Willis jersey.
Oh, so throwback is okay though.
Throwbacks are okay, but a current player, I don't know why. That's my rule. Isn't that weird? Is that weird?
I'm not gonna lie, it's a little weird.
I'm with you
Well,
on
that's
it.
where I'm at.
I'm with you on it. You know who's at this with a jersey on? My kid.
Really?
He is there with a Steelers jersey.
Oh, really? He's
Yes.
a Steelers guy, huh?
He is,
He's
yeah.
going to be waiting a while.
I can't say I knew that he
He's
was
there.
a Steelers guy.
And if they trade
Yeah.
for Brandon Ayuk, he may not even see a pick.
Yeah, right.
The Steelers might trade
Right.
for a receiver.
Or they're gonna draft an O lineman and then he can get real excited about
Yeah, about the guy he's never heard of.
an O lineman from Duke, and he's like, "Who? Who's Graham? What?"
It'd be great if they just took the white corner. No one's given anybody less hope than when Cooper DeJean gets drafted. He'll get drafted, and people will be like, that's going to save our franchise.
right.
The first white corner in the first round since 1969.
It's like seeing a Velociraptor get drafted.
Some people are saying he's the Jackie Robinson of cornerbacks in the NFL.
What?
It's the first white corner, man. He's breaking racial barriers left and right.
Oh, my God. I think it would have been apropos if I wore the "My Son is an Idiot" shirt today.
Yes.
You know, that's
yeah,
what I
for
should have
being
worn.
at the draft.
Yeah.
In age, is he face painted?
I don't think so.
God, I hope he's
I
wearing
hope not.
I hope he's wearing like a hard hat. What if we see meat
That
running
would be so cool.
meat running around the draft?
Well, the only thing I can hope is that he gets kicked out.
Oh, there you go.
You know,
Yeah.
do something unruly.
Good story behind that one.
Yeah.
Well, Caleb Williams is wearing a suit that zips up. You know, that's not only do you have there's Bear fan with a literal bear on his head and bear paws.
He brought his own paws. That's cute.
Yeah, he's got bear paws. I do like the Ditka guy dressed up, but sometimes the NFL fashion, it's the same thing like in the NBA. It is fascinating to see what you like. This is the biggest moment of your life and what you choose to wear, because you can always tell what's going to age well and what isn't. So, like, I mean, everything ages, and it's not going to look trendy in 10 years, but you can tell someone that's like, oh, that'll be okay, versus Caleb Williams wearing a zip-up, double-breasted suit. You're like, yeah, you're going to look back on that one and wish you hadn't.
He also has his pinkies painted silver to match his girlfriend's dress.
No, well, he's
And
Gen,
I
he's
have
Gen
nothing.
Z, man.
I have no issue with
Tying
painting
it
one's
together.
nails,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure that's a timeless look. Like, he might look back and be like, I painted my nails. That was the time then.
I also love the girlfriends who think that they've made it when their boyfriends get drafted, only to realize, yeah, honey,
Looking right at Russell Wilson's ex.
give you just about 16 months before you're upgraded upon.
Boy.
Like, you worked for college, but no, not here. Yeah, Russell Wilson, the look on his wife's face.
That photo, if you haven't seen the Russell Wilson
Pterodactyl girlfriend
draft
photo.
night photo,
It
with his-
resurfaces every year. It's
Yeah.
out there
oh
today.
an
my
all-timer.
God, it is an all-timer.
Yes.
You have to see that.
And then CeeDee Lamb's gal
Oh.
who tried to pick up his phone because he had two phones going. So he's on the phone with the Cowboys, and his other phone rings, and she goes to pick it up and goes to answer it, and CeeDee just reaches out and is like, yeah, we're not doing that. We won't be looking through my phone.
Those
and
DMs were popping off.
Exactly. Exactly. How many side pieces were texting CeeDee Lamb at that moment, being like, "When are we going to Dallas?" And his girlfriend's like, "Let me look at your phone." No.
Isaiah
we won't.
Wilson, when he got drafted, his girlfriend was sitting on his lap.
Yeah. Oh
She-
yeah.
She moved to sit on his lap,
Hey, now.
and his mom
Mom.
yanked her off his lap,
Yes.
like violently,
Yeah.
like it was
That's a good mom move.
it was
Yeah.
assault.
It's like, hey, his moment, not yours. Get
was
off
a
the
so-
lap.
And by the way, I'm looking here as they're bloviating for 2 hours before the draft.
Yeah.
There are more people outside of the draft
Yes.
that are actually in the draft.
Like I said,
like
when-
in under the awning.
Yeah, when they were doing construction, they were setting this up like in September, and I don't know if the TV, if you can, like you said, there's so many people out. Maybe it doesn't do it justice. It is an enormous area in downtown where they were kind of roping everything off, and you can see where they were going to do it. I don't know how many people they're expecting, but it is an enormous area, and there is no room there. That is wall to wall people at that thing.
It's just a giant beer garden.
Yes, pretty much.
Watching Nick Saban talk.
Although you can
Honey,
tell,
go ahead and turn that lamp off.
I don't know if Saban's doing the hairspray, like he's filled it in, because he's a little thin up top, and that looks noticeably thicker. I think Saban is done some hair work getting ready for the draft. I mean, look at that thing.
Well, he
It
looks
like
like
he's got a ferret on top of his
Yeah.
head.
Yeah.
There's some
I was-
color discrepancies as well.
I feel like he looks like a skunk.
Well, you could tell he was a little, because during the games he's always got the headset on, and then when he takes it off, he's got a little Bill Murray kingpin going where it's disheveled and it's not looking good. That's I don't coach anymore, and I can take a lot of time to get this hair that's as good as he can get his hair.
It's not. I mean, I don't think it looks terrible. It's odd that it's two different colors,
Well,
but I don't know if there's any circumstance where a dye job looks good, because
rough.
even if it's perfectly dyed,
yeah.
it looks like a dye job. It stands out, and there's no way to hide it. Like plugs, I think you can fool some people with plugs. Like they're like, oh, they don't really notice it. If somebody has their hair dyed, or particularly their mustache or beard, that's the first thing you notice.
Yeah, it's
You
rough.
just can't fool anyone with
Remember
it.
when Colin moved to L.A. to do the Fox show?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And he got that little boy haircut, like he was sitting in the Nemec seat, and then he did that bad dye job. I mean, it is rough when you go down that road.
It's just not good.
Well, the other thing is he's in his
It's not
70s, and you don't expect someone in their 70s to have the exact color hair they had in their 20s. So
No.
it's weird when it's like you expect gray. It should be there.
Well, guys, this was fun.
Yes.
Nemec, thank you for being here. We'll
Of
see you
course.
later.
Yes, there. Excellent.
By the way, they're expecting, they said, between 300,000 and 400,000 visitors
Visitors.
showing up for
Yeah.
this thing.
Oh my god.
And then whatever many people are in Detroit. There's
Well,
a
hey,
quarter
man.
million people coming into Detroit for this
Dude,
thing.
if that's what you want to do with your money, more power to you.
Can you imagine that being your vacation spot, or talking your wife into that? Like, hey, we've got a budget for our vacation for the spring. Where do you want to go? Let's go to Detroit for the NFL draft. Are you going to wear that stupid bear hat again?
Yes, I am.
Do you know anybody like that?
As a matter of fact, I will, and I'll be bringing my paws as well. No, I don't.
Babe, I got to get some paws
I
before
don't,
we head over.
I don't really associate with like crazy rabid sports fan.
Are you sure
more
they
in the
aren't-
analytical side of things?
Well,
I think.
Yeah, you're very nerdy.
I am kind of nerdy,
And we're going to
yeah.
hear that today.
I'm excited.
That's why
for
we
it.
brought you in.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
To
No.
make fun of you and, and see
But
you
look-
nerd out and to see you in your tiny chair.
Give us the stats, little guy.
You don't think
Well.
that people like the guys dressed like the Bears fans, you don't think that they're they could be in hiding? Like you could know one and not even know it?
Oh, yeah. There's,
like a fan
Because
furry,
because
a
like
guy
you
who wears a
yeah.
Yeah, because like you said, they're kind of embarrassed. Like deep down, they know,
Yeah.
and so they don't really.
There was a guy
possible.
and he was a BYU guy, and he would dress up full on blue paint, all that, and he was like he was an oral surgeon. He was like a well-known guy, and I don't know if he's still there, but like we knew of him, and he was this idiot that would sit kind of behind our bench, and it was more like a student section. Then there was like this older dude, and he would like the outfits he would wear were the most ridiculous things ever, and it turned out he was a really successful middle-aged oral surgeon that had a bunch of dough. He owned like 3 or 4 practices, and yet he dressed up like a jackass and stood behind to cheer for a college football team.
Who would most disappoint you in your life if that's where you ran into him?
Mm.
Like you ran into him, you happened to be in the same city as Rob talked about for a draft, and you saw someone in your life just completely.
It'd have to be like if it's your
decked
doctor
out.
or something.
Yeah, your
right?
physician is way up on that
Like
list.
if you're a tax guy, if you're an accountant, like something like you can't,
William Clive.
right? Like you can't have that. Like you're in charge of my livelihood, and this is what you're doing. I can't have that. What if like you're proctologist? Like you're like, I'm trusting you with the most sacred health I have, and you're in bear like paws. You're in furry hands. No.
Kim
no.
Martinez is out there dressed as a Seahawk. She's just like a full bird costume.
She doesn't stop waving her,
Yeah.
No.
her wings,
That's
flapping
tough.
her wings.
That'd be tough.
Wow. Well, guys, let's get started. It is draft day. Andrew Nimick is here. He's going to be here the whole damn show. We're going to get into it. We're going to start with our poll question, and we're going to get to our dazzling draft dilly-dally with Andrew Nimick.
Boy, I can't wait for our dazzling draft dilly-dally.
One other tease. Scott Barnes, Oregon State Athletic Director, is going to be on our show. So if you're not all that into the draft, we've got some other stuff for you, too. Scott Barnes will be on at 4 o'clock. It's 3:16 on The Fan.
Another Blazers season in the books.
We're not good enough.
1080 The Fan.
All right, Andrew Nemick is in today. NFL draft. What do we call him? Is he our draft maestro? Dusty called him the draft aficionado.
I like the draft monger myself.
Draft monger.
I'm a big fan of the term monger.
Our petite little draft man.
Little guy, our draft specialist.
What's up, little guy?
Now, we, according to the countdown clock, 1 hour, 38 minutes, 44, 43, 42, 41 seconds. Yeah. We will play the picks live. As a matter of fact, Buck got an early Christmas present today because Joey, he's our entire IT department.
Pretty much.
He hotwired the TV into our board.
Yeah.
So Buck bitching yesterday about all the work he'd have to do to make the draft sound good.
It wasn't about work.
He's now got it easy.
Although, Jeff Rust is taking credit for that too. So
He is, yeah.
Yeah,
Rust is the one that asked and got it done.
Yeah.
Rust is the mover and shaker who gets things done.
I'm just
done
saying,
around
Buck,
here.
all you did was bitch and complain and then not get anything done. Meanwhile, Rust is making stuff happen. Joey is actually facilitating that, and you now reaping the rewards.
I think I was the catalyst.
Well, at any rate, guys, when the picks start,
We'll have it.
you're going to hear them.
That's right.
Now, I've made my thoughts on the NFL draft widely known. The NFL draft is very important, and I love the NFL, but the analysis of the NFL draft is basically building roster on the fringes for fantasy football nerds. It's really nauseating. Mm-hmm. So what is your approach to sifting through all of the pre-draft bullcrap that's out there, and how do you come up with your information?
So I've already started on next year's draft in terms of
number one pick, Quinn Ewers.
We'll see. It's still not
Carson Beck.
Probably not yours. No, maybe Carson Beck. I don't.
Shedeur Sanders.
God no.
What if we did this whole show
next year's
for next year's draft
and just plugged it in early?
You did say you've started on the draft. I mean, come on.
Yeah. I and that's the process, right? Is I'm watching people a year in advance, and I'm not even remotely interested, nor do I think people should be interested in the Commanders are tied to so and so. That's not great draft analysis. That's often a lie. It's often what an agent or the player or a team wants you to think. Like you mentioned during the break that people are suddenly saying, oh, there's red flags with Malik Neighbors. Really? Because if there are, you don't want that out because you want Rome Odunze instead. So don't tell everybody there's red flags with Malik Neighbors.
Exactly.
It's a lie. So the way I do it is truly I watch, some people say film, some people say YouTube clips put together, that people put them together, of all the prospects. I come up with my own rankings, my own thoughts on the players, and then from there I listen to really, I think, very smart people. Daniel Jeremiah, Dane Brugler does a great job. The NFL Stock Exchange is an awesome podcast. PFF does some stuff year-round. Nate Tice this year was really involved in quarterback analysis, and I listen to all that, and then I go back and watch the film again, and I learn about football. Because they're saying he does this but not this well. So then I go back and watch the film and I'm like, oh, so now I know what to look for in evaluation. Does that make sense? I mean, I'm not saying you'd enjoy it, but does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, it's
more informative than if you just go,
exactly.
Here's the 30th mock draft. Oh, weird.
Right.
Lad McConkey goes to the Lions in this one? Shoot, that's crazy.
There's a difference.
That's not interesting to me.
Yeah, there's a difference between, well, that's all useless.
It is
the mocks and stuff. They're really
useless.
But I get the fervor for content and people click on it. Analyzing a player and saying, hey, here's what I think this player brings to the table is completely different than saying, well, the Vikings are going to trade up. You don't know that.
Right.
The Viking, you can analyze a player. That's useful information. Who's going to trade up and who's going to draft who? No one has any clue.
And I also make money doing it. I bet on it. So I've made money. This would be if this year hits.
Now, does the wife know this?
She found out the hard way. I had mentioned on the show how much.
Wait, what's the hard way?
I bet on the draft before. Well, I'm telling you right now. So I just was like, yeah, it's nice that I scaled it back from last year.
Oh.
And she said, you bet. It was like our mortgage last year on the draft. And I was like, yeah, but I made several $100s. Like I made like $700-800. doing that? And she's like, I don't. So there was a time where we were 2,000 short in our account because it was on DraftKings.
God bless America.
And she was like,
Yeah.
you never told me this. And I was like, we talked about it on the radio. And she's like, you talking about it on the one, I don't listen to your draft stuff. Two,
See, she even doesn't
you
like it.
saying
She's your own wife.
you saying that you talked about it on the radio is not the same as having a financial conversation with your wife.
Oh no, oh no.
How much did you
yes.
bet this year? And I was like, give or take a little less. And I haven't really gone
Good
into
lie.
the details.
Yeah,
I
solid.
haven't
Well,
gone into
Lies of omission versus lies of commission. It's,
But there's
walking
like,
that fine line.
last year, Darnell Wright was a guy I really liked watching film. He was
Yeah.
projected as a mid-second rounder. I sent you the bet
Yep.
that I would bet him to be a top 10 pick. And if he went 10th because that team didn't have a lineman need, it was 10,000 or it was plus 10,000. It was a 100 to 1 bet.
Yeah.
The team at 10 traded to 9 and took him at 9.
Yeah, it was the
Bears. So because he went 9 instead of 10, it was still like 40 to 1.
Yeah.
But I hit that every year. This year's big bet, I love Byron Murphy. I watched him on film. I love Byron Murphy.
D lineman out of Texas.
A defensive lineman out of Texas. And that position is getting elevated now as those contracts are going up. Defensive tackles right now are getting paid in the league. It's the new edge rusher. It's the new left tackle. It's moving inside.
And
We're
you have
paying guards.
J.C. Latham, the O lineman out of Alabama, going ahead of Alt, because right now all you've been hearing for this whole draft lead up is Joe Alt, Joe Alt, Joe Alt.
Oh, wait, what's the Murphy bet?
So the Murphy bet is that he'll be a top 10 pick.
Oh, okay.
And that pays I make money for the draft if he goes top 10.
I once-
and now he's supposed to. And I told Buck about it, and I got it at plus 475. I think Buck got it at plus 275.
Yeah.
It's now minus 165. So it's likely
He's
to happen.
rocketing up boards.
I once had to have the same conversation you did with my wife about.
Betting.
Well, yeah, it's like
Betting on the
it's-
draft
it's
and watching film. I
No.
watched film. It's not betting.
No.
I studied.
Just the idea of betting is misleading because if you say how much did you bet, like over the course of a football season or God forbid a year, it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Right.
But you're not going to. I'm trying to explain to her, you're never going to lose all of that. It's like margins on both sides.
This is what Otani's interpreter was telling Shohei.
Well, you're
I
not.
can't lose it
No,
all.
No, it's you've got a bankroll, and as long as you bet size correctly, it's going to fluctuate north, sometimes south. You go on losing streaks, it does happen, but you're never going to lose it all as long as you're bet sizing correctly. So it's kind of a misleading thing. Say $2,000. Really, it depends on how much you're betting. And now, if you're betting $2,000 every bet, well, then that's different. But
No,
if
there
you
was
say
2,000 in
$2,000
the pot.
total, if you bet $20 or whatever it is, each your unit size is small, or is $20 or whatever.
Let's talk
$10.
more about my unit size.
I
in
want to
this
know your
tiny
unit
chair.
size. Then you're not gonna lose all that. Like it's just gonna you're hoping to just make 10% of it.
And the other thing was last year was particularly wonky because it fluctuated so much. So as soon as the hype grew for CJ Stroud's going 1, I bet Bryce Young at like plus 400 to go 1. And then it was Bryce Young's the favorite to go 1, and CJ Stroud was plus 400. I bet the same on both players. So no matter who went 1, I was going to profit 2 units. I just didn't know which one. So there were some things that were just automatically built in where, wow, you bet $75 or $100 on the first pick. Well, yeah, but I have 50 on Stroud and Young both at plus 300, plus 400. So no matter what, it will cash.
Yeah.
And you have to do it year round. I started betting heavily in December. This year they got smart about it. You could not bet who was going to be in the top 10 until this month. Yeah. My biggest bet last year was Darnell Wright to go in the top 10. I made that bet in January. That wasn't even available until like April 4th.
So they don't put up the odds until.
Well, they lose a lot.
Yeah, because if you get people that are dialed in and actually do some research and don't listen to the, everyone loves this guy, and then by the time the actual draft comes around, the people have moved up the boards, the Byron Murphys, who all along people that were in the know were on him, and then everything kind of eventually catches up.
Quinion Mitchell's a great example in this year's draft. He's a corner out of Toledo. He's phenomenal.
I got a little chunk of change that if he's the first corner off the draft,
He
or
very
if
well
he's
could
the
be.
first defensive player off the bat or off the board, which he probably won't, but the numbers were so astronomical. I took flyers on both of those simply because he's a guy that if you listen to people 2 months ago were telling you he is going to fly up draft boards, And now there is some talk that he could be the first corner, or God forbid, the first defensive player off the board.
And I was desperate to try to put a bet on him to be a first-round pick in December, January, because he looked good against Marvin Harrison Jr. He was rumored to run a 4.3.
Great
all
at
of
the
it,
Senior
all
Bowl.
of it. Great. Well, that was even after.
What's
that
his
was,
unit size?
Big unit size. So he benches 225. He's a little corner, and he benches 225 like 26 times or something. He's unbelievable. Anyway, I wanted to bet him to be a first-round pick, and it was not available. And by the time it was, it was like where Suk's at, where he's the first corner. He's going to be the first corner to go.
All right, we're going to have Scott Barnes, Oregon State AD, joining us at 4, but we will continue our dazzling draft dilly-dally with Andrew Nemick. Andrew Oily Hips Nemick. That's what the listeners want to call you.
That's what the kids are saying.
Yeah,
Oh, they
we're
better
gonna
not be.
we're gonna do that next. Patriots hold a pretty good hand. What are they gonna do at number 3? And what does Andrew think of what the Seahawks may do in the first round? So we'll get to those items when we return. Here is Buck with SportsCenter.
This is Draft Week on
All right, let's get to our poll question on X at 1080 The Fan. It is brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling, family business, helping families for over 60 years. AAAIAQ.com. Yesterday, we asked you, which of these guys would you bet never makes it to or back to the finals before they retire? This was a very close, hotly contested poll question. Kawhi Leonard winning
Really?
at 30%, followed by Kevin Durant, 26%, Damian Lillard, 24%, and Steph Curry, 20%.
Interesting, because Kawhi's still fairly young. He's just hurt all the time.
Yeah, I think he's the youngest of those four.
Yeah, and he's on a pretty good team with the Clippers.
Look at people thinking Curry's getting back to the finals.
I just don't see how.
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Today's question, and we're just going with the obvious here, and I'm going to have Andrew Nemec, who's with us, power rank these guys in terms of pro potential. Which quarterback will be the best in the NFL? Vote hard. X at 1080 The Fan. Caleb Williams, Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, or Michael Penix Jr. Your thoughts, Mr. Oily Hips?
I really like Caleb Williams. I think he does a lot of good things. He fumbles the ball a little too much, but in his entire career, I think he had 61 touchdowns and 1 interception in the red zone, which is pretty amazing.
Wow.
And he has never thrown an interception on 3rd or 4th down in a USC jersey.
Ever.
2 years, never thrown a pick on 3rd and 4th down. So in the clutch, he is clutch. He's a very good quarterback. I think he tries to bite off more than he can chew sometimes, but they had to put up 50 every game. So he made some questionably aggressive throws in his career, and that's what people ding him for. So did Patrick Mahomes. And he's not Patrick Mahomes, but it worked out okay for Patrick Mahomes.
See, and I think if he ends up he's going to end up in Chicago. Look, I think there's a chance that they're this year's Houston Texans. The Bears won 7 games last year with Justin Fields, who's not very good. They've spent draft capital on their offensive line. They found their right tackle for years in Wright from last year's draft. They went out and added Swift. They've got Keenan Allen, DJ Moore. Maybe they add another receiver this year or another O-lineman. The defense is pretty good already. And they've got draft picks. There's draft capital. They hit on 2 or 3 drafts. Look at what Houston did last year where they found their quarterback in Will Anderson. If they find their quarterback and let's say they find an elite offensive lineman or they find an elite edge rusher or a 3-down linebacker, whatever.
Or take Byron Murphy.
And just have have a penetrating 3 a la Aaron Donald to a lesser extent. And they have a guy who's coming in as their offensive coordinator, where Seattle, Shanahan, McVay sort of systems where they want to run the ball, play action, and you take the need for Caleb Williams to be a hero, which is really the big knock on him, and you pull a C.J. Stroud and you're like, hey, we're going to run the ball, play action, we're going to own the middle of the field, you've got reliable weapons. They can win 11 games next year if this draft goes well for them and Caleb Williams is as advertised and they hit on 1 or 2 other positions.
On the flip side, Jaden Daniels, to the poll question, scares the hell out of me.
You don't like Jaden Daniels?
At all. I would be terrified of Jaden Daniels. He had elite receivers, probably the best 1-2 at receiver that anybody had this year. I know Washington's trio is great, but they're not all first-rounders like LSU's receiving core is. And he completed his completion percentage on his first read was right around 70%, which is great. When he had to progress past his first read, he was a 40% passer. 40%. I mean, that's horrible. Yeah. So if his first read was not wide open, and that wasn't just the clear option, he immediately drops to 40% accuracy. I'm out on that. That's terrifying because here the NFL might double cover your first option all the time and just force you to go to option 2. And if he has to do that all the time, he has shown he's not accurate and doesn't process that very well. And that would scare me.
What I don't like about him, too, is there's all this talk of his athleticism. One, he doesn't run that much. People make way too much of that. We were talking before, he actually runs less than Michael Penix, and Penix doesn't run that much. And when he does run, he's not a big guy. He's tall, but he's very thinly built. Watch his tape. That dude gets lit up. When he gets hit, he gets hit. And in the NFL, and this is what Trevor Lawrence was saying to Anthony Richardson, who, by the way, is built like a GD tank, you can't take college hits in the NFL. You don't get up. And Jaden Daniels gets hit way too much and way too hard.
Why is he so,
He was interviewed at the combine about the hits he took. And they said, I mean, he has hits where he gets hit in the midsection and his helmet and toes almost folded. Yep. And they asked him, why don't you protect yourself better? And he said, I'm not going to change the way I play in the NFL. God got me. Yep. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems, given that NFL defensive players are also millionaires, maybe God got them too.
Well, why
and
is
if
he
they
so,
hit him, he's in trouble.
Why is he so highly regarded then?
Heisman Trophy, huge numbers, big program like LSU, and he's athletic and can move around. He kind of fits the narrative of what. This is the other one. I don't know what you feel. I hate we everyone always talks about a quarterback's ability to run. That is like the last thing I care about. The NFL game is not set up for you to run. And if you run consistently, you don't win long-term in the NFL. Period. End of story. So I hate, his athleticism. I don't care. It's a nice cherry on top, but it is literally the last thing I would care about when evaluating a quarterback.
It raises your floor. It doesn't raise your ceiling.
There you go.
Peyton Manning and Tom Brady are two of the best to ever do it. They didn't run. When you're not a great quarterback and you can run, it elevates your floor. Justin Fields, Robert Griffin III. But it doesn't raise your ceiling. The best quarterbacks don't necessarily need to run. The other thing that's really interesting with Jaden Daniels is he has maybe the weakest arm of the 6 guys who are being talked about in the first round, and everyone thinks he's this athletic guy with an absolute cannon, and he did throw deep, but a lot of guys with loft can throw the ball 50 yards downfield. And what's really interesting about that is it fits into his game. So when you have a weaker arm, traditionally it's harder for you to throw off platform. Things have to be going your way to stand and deliver accurately, whereas a guy like Josh Allen can be upside down and complete it because it's all in the arm. Jaden Daniels throws less on the move than Michael Penix, who's a complete stiff. And the reason, in terms of the way he approaches the pocket, he just stands back there. The reason is he doesn't have the arm strength when he's on the run to get it there. And so I have real concerns in a number of areas about Jaden Daniels, and I'm sure we'll talk about it when he's drafted more. But Jaden Daniels, to me, really
is he,
scary.
Of those 4 guys, is he 4th then on your list? Do you think Nix and
I wouldn't?
You think Nix and Penix will be better than?
I wouldn't take Jaden Daniels if I had the 32nd. If I was the Carolina Panthers and didn't have Bryce Young, and I had the 33rd pick. That's when I'd start to think about Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels terrifies me.
So what about Nix Penix?
I really like the way Nick sees the field. He's older, and I think he's somebody. I think it was Nate Tice who said his floor is good Gardner Minshew, his ceiling is bad Gardner Minshew.
Oh dear!
And I think that's who Bo Nix is. I think Bo Nix is a good, competent quarterback who's probably, if I had to bet on any of these quarterbacks to be playing in the league 8 years from now, I'd bet on Bo Nix. I think he's a good locker room guy. He's a very smart guy. He can pick up pretty much any system. So he's going to at least be a functional piece. I don't think we'll look at Bo Nix and go, he absolutely flamed out. That said, I just cannot see a scenario where he's a top 5, 6, 7 quarterback in the league. So you're almost, especially if you draft him like the Broncos draft him, you're almost drafting him saying, we're never even going to be in the same tier as the Chiefs at quarterback. And I think that's really scary.
Penix?
I like Penix is polarizing. I don't think Suk likes Penix at all. I really like Penix if he can stay healthy, but that if is skyscraper large.
That's the reason why I don't like him.
But when he's healthy, he's unbelievable. Yeah. And people could say, well, last year he was great. Well, actually, he got hit in the ribs against Oregon, and then for the next 4 games was pretty pedestrian, pretty mediocre. People went, what's wrong with Penix?
Cost him the Heisman.
And it was his ribs.
But he did get the game-winning it 2 passes, the game-winning drive after getting hit in the ribs to beat Oregon.
His good is real good.
Yeah.
The problem is, how often is he going to be out there?
Yeah. I am of a belief, and I was this way. People red flagged me in the draft. I could never stay healthy. And I don't believe that when you're unhealthy at 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and he has never had a season where he hasn't dealt with injuries. Now, the last 2 years, there haven't been season-ending injuries. Even at the end of the Michigan game, right? What happened again? Re-injured himself.
Right.
So there, in each of his 2 great years at Washington, there's still been dips where he was dealing with things, and it wasn't disclosed, and we were like, oh, no, everything's fine, and it's just it's a rough patch. I don't believe, or I certainly wouldn't bet my franchise on a kid who was hurt at 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, all of a sudden at 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, magically being healthy and that scares the living daylights out of me because I'm with you. His good is maybe better than anyone, including Caleb Williams.
I agree.
He's the best thrower of the ball in this draft. He puts he throws a better deep ball. He makes all the throws. Like, he has the best arm. And so again, late in the first round, sure, maybe you take a flyer there. But to me, say that this is my franchise, it's scary as hell. It's like now if you're the Dolphins with Tua, you're just crossing your fingers every time he goes out. You're like, please don't get hurt. Please don't get hurt. And Tua's injury history is half of what Michael Penix is.
Not even.
So that's the reason I don't like Penix. It's nothing on field. It's the off field stuff that then bleeds into the last 2 years. He's a warrior and he played through pain, but go watch the Arizona game. Go watch the Arizona State game. That's not the Michael Penix that we saw the first 3 or 2.5 quarters against Oregon versus the last 2 quarters, with the exception of, hey, give him credit. He went to the sideline, took an inhalant, took whatever, got all that thing numbed up, and he came out on that drive and
freestyle rapped on the sideline to Odunze, came in and won the game.
Whatever he was doing, dude, that guy can sling it.
Okay, we got to take a break. When we come back, I want to ask Nemec about what the Seahawks may do at 16, and will we get the first ever draft where you have 4 quarterbacks in the first 4 picks? And then we'll take a break and interview Scott Barnes, Oregon State AD, joining us in 15 minutes on The Fan.
The
Hips Nimick, our draft maestro, in with us today and tomorrow for some draft breakdown. The picks coming up live here on The Fan in just over an hour. Scott Barnes, Oregon State AD in about 10 minutes. Nimick, what do you think? So we've got Caleb Williams will go 1 to the Bears. Jaden Daniels will go 2 to Washington.
Probably. That's what it looks like, yeah.
And then the Patriots hold a pretty good hand at 3. What do you think that they do?
Well, it sounds like people are saying today they're going to stick and pick and take Drake May. And what's interesting about that is I don't think the Patriots are ready to compete at all. And when you look back at the last 15, 20 years at teams who picked high, took a quarterback with no infrastructure, they almost all failed. The problem is next year's draft probably doesn't have very many good quarterbacks. Drake May would almost certainly, if he'd stayed, been 1-1 in next year's draft. I don't think 2 years from now there's necessarily obvious guys who are going to be superstars yet. So I kind of feel like the Patriots are stuck. They get their guy, and then they have to hope they keep him alive and he doesn't develop bad habits while they build a team around him.
So this would be the 4th draft since 1967 where you would get the top 3 picks being a quarterback. The first was in 1971 with Jim Plunkett, Archie Manning, and Pastroni.
Yeah, and Archie was good and never, but played in New Orleans and never did anything. Plunkett was a wash, but then got the resurgence with the Raiders and won I think he won 2 Super Bowls.
1999, Tim Couch, Donovan McNabb, Achilles Smith. Wow.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten McNabb was number 2 after Couch.
And what's weird is the Browns were truly torn between Couch and Smith. And
not McNabb.
And not McNabb at all. And after they went over the board and they went over some of the playbook type things, it was very obvious that Achilles was going to struggle.
And the only other instance was 2021, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance.
But it's
3 winners to me.
And but to your point about why teams it could be 6 guys going the first round. Next year, you got Shadur Sanders, you got Carson Beck, you got Cam Ward, Riley Leonard. It's not, at least right now, none of those guys would be threatening to be one of the top 3 guys.
They're going to need Jaden Daniels to rise out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Seahawks, 16th, and then not again till the 3rd round, I think.
Yeah, they're sitting in a really good spot. So you look at like the DraftKings odds, and it basically is even odds across offensive line, defensive line, edge, or corner. And the reason is they're in a really good spot in this draft to just take the top 10 to 12 player that falls. If that's Talise Fuaga, great. If it's Quinyon Mitchell, awesome. If it's Leatu Latu, great. If it's Byron they're sitting in a spot where they're going to get one of those upper tier guys. They just are, because there are 4 or 5 quarterbacks that are going to go, and there are 12 or 13 really good players in this draft. Maybe they trade down to acquire more assets, but man, I sure think it falls off at like 22, 23, which is what you're seeing now. The Lions want to move up. The Niners want to move up. All those teams at the back end of the first round want to move up because there's a shelf, and I have it at about 20, and the Niners have it at 22. John Lynch went on record and said we have 22 first-round grades. That's roughly what I have. So they're sitting right in that sweet spot with those quarterbacks to get a meaty version of that one of those top first-round picks. So it'll be interesting to see what they do.
All right, we'll have more dazzling draft dilly-dallying with Andrew Nimick coming up, but let's break, and when we come back, we're expecting a call from Oregon State Athletic Director Scott Barnes. It's 3:56 on The Fan. Andrew Nimick in with us today. We'll get back to draft coverage here in a bit. But there's been a lot going on down in Corvallis, to say the least, the last couple of years.
I would say so.
Joining us now on the fan is Oregon State Athletic Director Scott Barnes. Can you hear us, Scott?
I can. It's great to be with you guys today.
Well, it's good to have you. Appreciate your time. There's a lingering question in my head that doesn't pertain to anything anymore, but I wanted to ask you if I ever got the opportunity to talk to you. I want to go all the way back. And Texas and Oklahoma first shocked everyone, leaving for the SEC. My question to you, in hindsight, how realistic is it to think that someone or anyone could have or should have seen the UCLA-USC defection coming?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, one that conference commissioners have pondered. Let me say this about it: is when we're put in leadership positions, whether you're a conference commissioner, or an athletic director, or others, having a pulse and an understanding of the feelings that your membership has, the leadership, particularly of your membership, knowing where they sit on a given day, where their mindset is. And a lot of times you've got to pry that open, and I'm just going to tell you, but it's incumbent upon a leader to have that information and to read the room. As clandestine as that scenario was, it's hard. That's hard to get to. But could more touches, more frequent touches, stronger relationships, more communication unveiled some of that? The answer is yes.
I think what happened to you in Washington State is awful. I don't point the finger at either of those, your school or theirs. So I want to get that out there. But looking back on it, is there anything you wish you would have done differently, or was when UCLA and USC, when they left, was the writing on the wall and it was something that you guys weren't going to be able to recover from?
No, not at all. We had a plan, and that plan went to the last hour with a new television deal that over a course of a couple of days everybody seemed to warm up to and was very close to jumping on board. Even after Colorado announced, we had a replacement that was every bit as solid as that, and 10 schools and ready to go. And in the last hours, that fell apart with some pressure from different areas. So that keeping the Pac-12 together was our best option, and certainly thought till the end there that could be done, as many of the other schools thought. But it unraveled very quickly. Here we are now. We look forward. We look at a fan base that is super supportive. We had our damn proud day yesterday, guys. We had this, our day of giving. 4,247 donors gave a gift equaling almost $900,000, blowing out last year's total by 60%. I only say that because as you think about attendance, you think about support, and you think about passion, it has never been greater than right now from Beaver Nation, and we're thankful for that as we navigate forward.
Yeah, as we've talked a lot about it, obviously, here over the last handful of months, and we get a couple of different feelings. We get a lot of fans who are very demoralized, and rightly so, can understand that. But you also get a lot of feedback that everybody's galvanized.
Circle the wagons
down there. So I guess the question regarding that is, how do you keep, if you have some galvanization there, it sounds like you do from yesterday, how do you keep fans engaged moving forward?
Yeah, no, it's an excellent question, and inviting them to show up and thanking them through the process, giving them as much information as we can, and that's a challenge, right? Because much of what we're doing is sort of in clandestine fashion, if you will. Things like media rights, conference realignment, those aren't talked about publicly because they can be damaging if you do. So we continue to work and touch and use every avenue we can to communicate. And yeah, there's a lot of frustration, including from myself, right? And so how do you channel that into the next step forward in a positive way? And let me tell you, when you look at attendance at football, which was sold out every game, and even standing room only was sold out most of the games. You look at tracking the same for next year. You look at breaking attendance records in men and women's basketball, wrestling, and gymnastics, and soccer. It's happening, and so that doesn't mean that it's all rainbows and ponies. It's not, but they love our fight. They love the fact that we're not pulling punches, and we'll continue to operate that way, and they're behind us in that regard.
Is it an overstatement on my part to say that in 2 years, if you guys don't find a way to end up in the ACC or the Big 12, that it changes Beaver athletics forever?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things there. One is this landscape is so dynamic right now. What we even think of the Big 12 or the ACC or college football could be entirely different. So those are not the only options as you think about what's being considered out there and from multiple places. So our focus is to do what we're doing, and that's position ourselves as what we are, a Power 5, call it Power 4 now, institution, funding ourselves at that level and positioning ourselves while we look for those opportunities. How long will that take? Not sure. What will it ultimately look like? Nobody knows, but what we can be certain of is there is incredible movement and changes occurring. We believe those changes, that movement, create opportunity for us and for 550 student athletes as we think about our future.
This is Oregon State Athletic Director Scott Barnes. This is going to be a strange question, but this guy's name has come up multiple times in some of our conversations here with just fans wondering. The NVIDIA guy, Jensen Huang, I think is his name. He is a billionaire. He is an Oregon State alum. What is his level of interest or involvement in athletics down there? Can you answer that?
Yeah, he has done he and his wife remarkable things for us in engineering. That is his IT is his love. That's where that's at. But let me just say this: we have an unbelievable list of highly successful alumni that have stepped up. We got research done by raising over $100 million in cash, and those folks have not gone away. They've doubled down and are there to support us. And finding new, well, not new, but cultivating stronger relationships with folks that are alums is critical. We're doing it every single day. So rather than specifying any individual, let me just tell you that there are a lot of folks out there that either have contributed, will contribute, or we're cultivating to do so.
Is that right now in the college world? Is that the top priority? Is NIL and just it feels like it's an arm race, and if you don't have the money, is that the most important thing right now in the world of college football or college sports in general?
NIL, not for every sport. Certainly for the flagship sports, it's if you were to ask our coaches, they would tell you that it is the most important thing right now. And so our relevance in that space, we've never competed with Alabama for revenue in the history of our, and nor will we, nor do we need to. But we have to be relevant in the space, and we're working every day to do that. And because of that, our strategy changes in how we think about philanthropy. Instead of $350 million of master plan facilities, which we have, instead of that next $50 or $100 million facility, we're focusing, turning back towards current use gifts that can help us operate, and part of that being NIL that can go to the collective to support that. And that's the pie is only so big. We all have that same challenge, and we're working on that every single day. But that's what's changed. in terms of our focus.
How do you reconcile, or at least what do you tell Beaver Nation? Because you guys have done an amazing job over the years with your athletic programs. One of the best baseball teams in the country, a football team that went from very poor to a consistent top 25 team, a women's basketball team that is truly one of the elite programs, a men's team that a couple years ago was in the Elite Eight. And yet you look at it and football coach leaves, roster gets gutted. The women's basketball team, it pains me to say that most of the returning big names on the men's basketball team have gone. You know, and then of course there's the fear of, you know, does Ruick follow if you can't keep a team together? What do you say to Beaver Nation when they look at this and say, this isn't a house of cards, this isn't tumbling, brighter days are ahead? What do you say to those fans that have become disenfranchised, that say, hey, I give and give and give, and I put all my support, and we built these things, and it doesn't matter because we keep having people leave?
Yeah, a couple thoughts, and really appreciate the question. It's one that is front and center for us. First of all, you know, Beaver Nation is telling us a lot, and they're telling us by setting records in fundraising, by setting records in attendance. You know, you can talk about defection. We haven't had any coaches defect except football, none. What we talk about is investing at the current level. And oh, by the way, let's remember that what's happening in the transfer portal fueled by NIL. It's happening across the country. And it doesn't matter if you're a rebuild program or a Final Four program. It's happening across the board. And so where is that market correction going to occur? When is it going to occur? And how do we deal with that? Because college athletics has changed, and we're a symptom of a much bigger problem. And you can go to any program in the country having the same issues and trying to deal with the same issues. So let's be relevant in the space. Let's lean in on the culture that we've built, the excellent coaches that we have. Again, I'll double down. No one's left except football. And we replaced that football coach with one hell of a leader that has won the portal, that has ultimately crushed it in terms of people in compared to people out. So let's lean into the successes that you have all shared, that we've had, and let's continue to invest at the Power 5 level, and we will do everything in our power to pry doors open and create the right strategy to be back in the mix at that Power 5 level.
Oregon State AD Scott Barnes with us here. So if we get pay for play in the revenue generating sports, what happens to the non-revenue generating sports?
Yeah, look, let me start with this. When you talk about pay for play, the reclassification of a student athlete as an employee, it's built on a false premise, and the premise is this. The premise is that at Oregon State University and anywhere else except for maybe a small handful, we are operating a multi-million-dollar enterprise that's making money hand over fist. Let me ask the question, what business enterprise purposely builds 20 to 30 subsidiary organizations that lose money and are supported by one or two? That is not a business enterprise model. That is a higher ed model. So as we think about revenue share with our student athletes, we think about reclassification, pay for play. Let's level set on the premise, because the premise is wrong. What would happen? I think it would be devastating. I think that if we move to a reclassification, as you said, pay for play model, there's a lot that happens. Olympic sports will suffer, and the Olympic program, because 75% of Olympians come from our college campuses. You will have 500,000 scholarships that are provided in the current NCAA structure dissipate to much fewer than that. In the process, you will relegate Olympic sports programs on our campuses to club sports and intramurals. And why, going down that path would be devastating and I'm concerned about where it sits right now.
What do you think might be a reasonable timeline for openings in or realignment regarding the ACC?
How about tomorrow?
Yeah, how about it?
There's lawsuits.
It's such a crystal ball question that's certainly critical, one that we think about every day in terms of the timing, our staying power at the Power 5 level, our investment, steady investment that we'll continue to make. The sooner the better. But I think that there's so much turmoil, chaos, and dynamics in the marketplace that things could happen pretty rapidly. And it's not necessarily the implosion of the ACC or the Big 12 or a merge. It's all the above. The merge, the idea that perhaps 70 football schools could play and aggregate their assets in some form that could be better than even what folks are getting now, and have the Olympic sports at a more regional level. These are concepts that have been talked about for years. The Knight Commission shared that concept in 2020. But what's different? What's different is right now there is enough movement, as I've suggested, and traction on a lot of this that it could come to fruition in any form. And we're ready for that. And that's, you asked me what I tell our Beaver Nation. Hang in there, because we're positioned to be involved in that, in whatever opportunity comes there.
How much do you have to pay attention to the lawsuits, whether it's the USC union lawsuit, the back pay for NIL? I mean, some of these things coming down the pipe. I mean, people are saying could be we're talking $3 to $4 billion in damages. Do you? Obviously, I know you're constantly talking about realignment and where this goes, but do you pay any attention to the legal matters as well?
Yeah, you have to, and we have our on campus, our Office of General Counsel, and we have other attorneys that have helped us not only navigate the Pac-12 issue, but also those legal issues and what they could ultimately cost and what the timing is on that. Because that helps inform, what our investment looks like and where we go. So absolutely, not in it every day, making sure our attorneys are and informing us as we think about the future, but being ready for it and not being surprised by it.
Scott Barnes, Oregon State AD. I have one other question, and we appreciate your extended time here and talking to us. But how much did you want to flip the bird to Oregon and not retain that rivalry? Because I can see both sides of playing that and not playing that.
Yeah, and what's interesting, thank you for the question. What's interesting about that, and you saw our fan base just sound off about, well, we're not playing Oregon, we're not doing this, we're not doing that. At the end of the day, let's clear the decks on emotions, and let's look at our student athletes. I can promise you, there's not one student athlete on our roster that doesn't want to make that, to have that opportunity. Not one. And oh, by the way, we'll have that sold out in a heartbeat, and our fans will be there. So what we're dealing with is yes, punch in the gut, and there's emotions there. There's a pride factor, but the reality is to put our student athletes in the best position they can be in, playing regionally, playing rivalry games, is all part of that mix, and that's how you have to look at it.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, really appreciate your time for us today here. Thank you, Scott Barnes, Oregon State AD. Appreciate it.
Go Beavs. Thank you.
See ya. How about that?
Yeah. Look, I mean, it's all you can do at this point is, stay positive. And I think a lot of what he said, I agree with. I think some of the stuff is a little.
He lost me in one area.
Well, there was certainly
two areas.
There was a Mr. Sunshine, but what are you supposed to say?
Well, no, let's come back and talk about it. We'll do Scott Barnes postgame coming up next.
There you go.
Because there was one thing where I'm just like, man, I don't get this this attitude. So, but otherwise, very.
I thought he was honest.
Yeah, very. About what I expected, but good interview.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get to the Scott Barnes postgame and then in the news coming up here on The Fan.
The
I have hatchery news coming up next on ITN, and then we'll get back to our NFL draft coverage. Andrew Nemick is here with us today to cover the draft, and I was watching his face. I'm staring right at him, and I was watching his face for many of these Scott Barnes answers of that interview, and and the feedback is mixed, if not mostly negative. But I also would defend Scott Barnes in one way and say at this point, he doesn't have a lot of answers. I don't know what else you want him to say, right? It's like, I get that Beaver Nation is frustrated and pissed off, and that's all fair. Like we started talking about that at the start of the interview, and he basically said, yeah, we probably should have seen USC and UCLA leaving coming if we had better relationships and we were paying closer attention. And then after that, well, how didn't you see Oregon and Washington leaving?
And it sounds like it was more along the lines of they believed that they could hold it together. And
well, I think he was.
Well, they look. There's two lines of thinking on that, and I tend to disagree with him. There seems to be the line that mostly Washington State and Oregon State will tell you that came down to the very end, and they thought they were going to hold it together. I think.
But why would they think that? Like, I feel like that's a kind of naive.
To me, that is naive. But if you talk to people, and I have talked to enough people affiliated with both of those schools, that I truly believe that they thought that they could get this done, that they could get this streaming deal done, and everyone that they thought Colorado was going to leave, and that they were going to be able to hold it together. And me personally, I think that's naive.
Did they put too much faith? It sounds like, reading between the lines, they put too much faith in George Kliavkov. That's the guy that convinced them, hey, sit tight, we're going to get this done.
Yeah.
And
I think they put too much belief in the idea that the Pac-12 can't die, that a school like Oregon or Washington wasn't willing to deliver the death blow, and the fact that the Big Ten wasn't super keen on expanding. Remember, Washington and Oregon did not get big shares coming from the Big Ten. The Big Ten was not willing to split that pie, and I think everyone believed that wasn't going to be enough for Oregon and Washington to leave and kill the Pac-12, and that's where I think it's naive, because I think Oregon and Washington both were willing to take whatever was coming their way to get the hell out and end up on one of the big ships.
Oregon and Washington wanted a seat at the table.
Yes.
And they understood if we are on the outside looking in, we're in big trouble. Yes. I think the other thing, and the thing I would want an answer to, is why in the world, when you're arguing that you're a big boy brand, you belong in the Power Four, why on earth would you join the WCC? Yeah. And I can tell you factually,
women's basketball,
that move was brutal for their athletes.
Yeah. They all left.
They had athletes who told me when we joined the WCC, we talked about it.
It wasn't necessarily about NIL money. They were willing to step up to pay for their female athletes. It just they didn't sign up to be in the WCC.
Yeah, who would want to play in the WCC?
But
what's the alternative?
In a time when you're arguing you belong, I think you have to try to stay independent. You're negotiating right now for a TV deal. You're negotiating right now that, hey, we got left out and we shouldn't have actually been left out. So you want to look as big budget as you possibly can. Right? You're selling yourself. Yeah. And in the last few weeks, their women's basketball program got gutted. A bunch of their sports joined the WCC. They lost I mean, he can say that they won the transfer portal in football. They lost DJ Uiagalelei, Aiden Childs, Damian Martinez, Akili Arnold, Easton Mascarenas. They lost like their 7 best players. There's no argument that they won the portal. None. So I think that all of that says that they right now don't look particularly marketable. And I think you have to take some big swings to look more marketable. And maybe you have to overpay to keep your Damian Martinez, your Aiden Childs. Maybe you have to overpay right now. Now is the time to pay your women's basketball team, and maybe overpay them in the NIL era to keep this thing together, so you say, see, look at our football team. We're number 12 in the nation. See, look at our women's basketball team. We made a Final Four run. We belong at the table. Those things are not happening now. That football roster, they are not going to be a top 25 team. And that women's basketball team, barring a whole bunch of transfers coming in, is no longer even remotely going to sniff an Elite Eight or Final Four run. And again, they're trying to right now argue they belong having a seat at the table.
Well,
and they're doing is getting outbid for every good athlete they have, or their athletes are saying, I'd rather play in a big conference than WCC.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I think it's fair to say what he said, and that is this thing is shifting fast.
He's right.
And he's right. Hold on. Just hold on. But
He's right.
But that's a decent point. It's like, hey, keep the house together as best you can. They haven't necessarily done that, particularly with women's basketball. Now, the other area where he completely lost me is I don't like it when these guys talk about it's a higher education model. It's not a business model. I get what he's saying about that, but for God's sakes, get with the times, man. It's football is a business now.
Right.
Period. End
That's
of story. So grasping to the way it was, and this is a huge mistake, and dude, none of it matters. We all see where it's going. There are lawsuits all over the country that's going to flip this model on its head. So I don't understand why guys like him continue to hold on to that.
Right.
It's just short-sighted. It doesn't do you any good. Get your school up to be ahead of this. Not like, oh, we want it the way it used to be. It's never going to be that way.
It's not coming back.
So that drives me crazy.
There are teams right now, I know this is true in the recruiting world. They have a budget, a salary cap of sorts
Well,
for their current roster and for their recruiting class.
A&M it just laid some people off. Texas A&M, which is one of the largest athletic departments in the country, basically saying the coming model, aka having to pay everybody, we're having to make budget cuts now to prepare a war chest for the future, and that's Texas A&M.
And that's so that every year in, year out, we have X amount of million for our current roster and X amount of million for our recruiting class. Every year. And teams are preparing for that. And if you're going, we're kind of looking at a higher education, get on the side of big business here. The one thing I will say, though, and I seem like I'm just the absolute pessimist with Scott Barnes here. I agree with a lot of what he had to say. And I think he did a really nice job in that interview. Now, he can kind of put lipstick on a pig when it comes to some of the ways that they're spinning it or whatever. But I thought he was about as honest as an AD is going to be.
Agree.
And he deserves a lot of credit in a really difficult time for coming on and talking about it.
I do agree with everything you just said right there about Barnes. I don't quite still have a grasp on if he should still have a job, right? Like they made a lot of missteps. And I wonder how much of Oregon State and Washington State being where they are is their specific lack of foresight.
Or were they in such a bad... And that's kind of what I asked was...
Yeah, but
he
can't...
How much of that could you have prevented, or was this... The moment UCLA and USC bailed, was the writing on the wall, and then... It was,
but
it
unfortunately,
was, but then where do they go? Like, here's the thing. This is the part where I do feel sympathy for him. I do think they hung on in part because that was their only chance. Like, do they really believe the Pac-10 was gonna stay together the day that it was announced that everybody was leaving?
You don't think they could have bolted to the Big 12 in place of like who the Big 12 had?
No.
SMU, or did they add SMU?
No, SMU's in the ACC.
Who are the four new schools in the Big 12?
BYU, Arizona State, Colorado, Utah.
No, before
Cincinnati,
that.
Houston, BYU, and
right there. You don't think they could have jumped in there?
No. Look at the Houston media market.
Yeah.
Houston's basketball program's good, and their football program's on the rise.
Yeah. Cincinnati, BYU.
Cincinnati's a big city.
And Central Florida,
BYU is the entire Mormon population. So
all bigger cities.
All bigger cities.
So you don't believe that they even had an option. They just had to sort of stick with keeping the Pac-12 together.
I think they believed what they wanted to. They heard and believed what they heard because the alternative.
See, that's a mistake.
It is a mistake, but what's the alternative? Like, so okay, that was bad. Okay, what if you were the really aggressive AD president of Oregon State? What could you have done?
Yeah,
you couldn't.
Well, like I said, I thought maybe they could jump.
You couldn't have got a seat at the table in the Big Ten.
I guess the idea is that if you feel like you're aggressive, you probably think that you're slitting your own throat.
Right.
Chances are.
Right.
Maybe I get real aggressive, but more than likely, I slit my own throat. And so you do a calculated risk, and I think this maybe is where I fall with what Oregon State and Washington State did. They knew this was a tough uphill putt for them, and their best chance of survival was crossing their fingers and hoping that they could keep the Pac-12 together.
Absolutely.
And depending on who you believe, they came close. I don't think it was as close as they think it was, but I also don't think it was a absolute foregone conclusion.
It was pretty dang close to a foregone conclusion.
But
I've talked about this in recruiting circles and with coaches for years now. I've talked about this on the air with both you guys before, that we were headed for an NFL model with an NFC and AFC that was the Big Ten and SEC. I said that like 4 years ago because that's what all those guys knew. Now they thought maybe it's just for football. Maybe football will kind of be its own machine, or it was going to be all athletics. But we talked about this 4 years ago. And Oregon and Washington, people could say whatever they want. Those guys knew they were leaving for the Big Ten weeks before it was announced.
Right.
Weeks before it was announced. And so to be caught off guard that day, like, wait, what? This deal didn't get signed? How many times? It's like Portland baseball. We always like, oh, a new stadium, we're going to have pro baseball. And you guys both, and rightly so, are like, call me when there's like uniforms printed up and there's a real team. Because it's often.
No one buys it.
No one buys it. How many different times did we talk about a TV rights deal for the Pac-12 is coming down the pipeline and it's going to be $30 million a school? And I mean, I listen to you guys' show all the time. You both were like, if it wasn't done 6 months ago, why would it be done now for way more money? It wasn't going to happen. And people just kept believing that big TV rights deal is a coming, and it
there's
never
another
was.
mistake, you know?
But
you're right. It's like, okay, then what's the alternative? All right.
Here's what they should have done. Let's go back real quick, just a few years. What they should have done is when Oklahoma and Texas wanted to join the Pac-12 and the Texas wanted their own Longhorn network and to be independent, they should have accepted it because that would have given them more flagship schools. That's where Oregon State messed up, is not being willing to.
And that's Larry Scott.
But that's all. That's all the way.
I mean,
back.
that's way back.
But you're right. That's some of that started then.
Yeah. That's the move.
All right. We will get back to the draft coming up here in about 20 minutes. But in the news is coming up next. Here's Buck.
This is Draft Week on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Crunch Fitness.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, the first round of the NFL Draft from Detroit, Michigan, less than half an hour away. Caleb Williams, the USC quarterback, all signs pointing to him being the number 1 overall pick to the Chicago Bears. The Commanders, Patriots, Cardinals, and Chargers round out the teams picking in the top 5. This afternoon, multiple reports that the San Francisco 49ers are making calls trying to move up in the draft, and those reports indicate they are willing to trade either Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk in order to make that happen. On the hardwood, one playoff game already underway, a second about to tip. The Orlando Magic with a 37-26 lead over the Cleveland Cavaliers. They are midway through the second quarter in that one. And in Philadelphia, about to tip off Game 3 between the Sixers and the New York Knicks, with the Knicks leading that series 2-0. Over on the ice, the Panthers and Lightning are underway, with Florida trying to extend their 2-0 series lead. They are already up in this one 1-0 midway through the first period. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Save the date. The 10th Annual Fan Golf Classic presented by Autotown GMC at Langdon Farms Golf Club will tee off on Thursday, July 11th. Keep it on the Fan for details.
Nimick and I are arguing about Tarleton State. Am I right or wrong? Am I right or wrong? They were in the CBI? Oh, I was wrong. Okay, well, one thing I'm right about is Windows, because I am friends with the guys at Window Nation. NFL draft coverage, it is coming up shortly. They still are not picking, so
No.
they're just doing apparently like some sort of fashion show now.
Yeah, we got to walk out and stunt. Rumor has it that Eminem is going to kick this son of a gun off.
as he should. Anything Detroit, I want him.
Yeah. Well, they're saying the NFL, I guess, has been teasing. They have a big surprise to kick these things off, and so everyone's like, "Yeah, it's Eminem."
When he comes
Either
out,
that or Ted Nugent.
When he comes out, we're gonna have to talk about his dyed beard and dyed hair. It's just, it's frustrating because I like him.
It's hard to grow old as a rapper.
I guess so. No. All right, it is April 25, 2024. It is time for In the News. I'm your noted and humble newsman.
Are you trying to claim carbon neutral again? I was like, you son of a bitch.
No, I've jumped off
You're
that.
a gas guzzler that you're out there driving around.
Today is National Plumbers Day, so shout out to all you plumbers.
Well, you may not like plumbers, but wait until you need one.
And it is Love Your Thighs Day.
Oh.
Which kind of goes hand in hand with the draft, like oily hips. You know?
Yeah. You like your thighs?
I do.
Yeah.
I don't like them. I love them.
Dare wear short shorts?
I love
you
them.
don't really wear the short shorts, though.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
You don't need to see that. But I love them.
That's something that you keep for just you and the missus.
My lady sees them.
I understand.
She loves my thighs. Big hot hatchery news here.
Ooh, love hatchery news.
A man is accused of pouring bleach into an Oregon hatchery tank,
Oh, that's no good.
killing 20,000 young salmon.
Good grief. Why?
Yeah. That's a good question.
Seems like a kind of an a-hole move.
This is at the Gardner, Reedsport, and Winchester Bay Salmon Trout Enhancement Program Hatchery.
I like to go there on the weekends just to kind of have
I
a
think they need
moment.
to tighten that name up.
Yeah, maybe an acronym. I don't know. Can we come up with something?
GRWBSTEP Hatchery.
Boy, that's way better.
You know what? We'll work on it. We'll work on it.
He broke in by destroying several door locks and then dumped a gallon of bleach into one of the rearing tanks, killing about 20,000 smolt Chinook salmon. They caught him, and it's kind of a weird deal. Apparently, he was wasted.
Oh, what?
I know. But he says he doesn't remember dumping the bleach in there, but he admitted to breaking in. So, and I guess when they were interviewing him, he threw up and like,
oh boy,
he was really,
well,
he was having a day.
So he's doing that. Yeah, you got me on the break and entering, but the bleach thing. What's the punishment for murdering 20,000 fishes?
I tell you what, you do that in Alabama. I don't know how much they care. You
Something
do that
with a tree in Alabama. Remember Toomer's Corner?
That's right. You do that in Oregon,
Yeah, we can't.
they're coming after you, man.
Do we come after anyone in Oregon though?
Do not mess with the salmons.
I hope so.
Do not mess with the
Oh,
salmons.
what a D.
I know.
Murdering little fish with bleach.
Yeah, he admitted to trespassing and handling the chemical bottle. He was arrested, booked into Douglas County Jail. Second-degree burglary, criminal trespassing, criminal
I
mischief.
love that he's like, yeah, I had the bleach. Yeah, I broke in, but boy, I don't remember killing those fish. It was probably someone else.
22-year-old guy. His name's Joshua Alexander Heckathorn, and they caught it. He was still in there when the police got there. He's just running around.
But he's still not certain it was him.
He's like, I don't think I did that.
Well, he was wasted, right? He probably couldn't find the exit.
Right.
But again, I have said this a million times. As someone that likes to tie one on from time to time, I cannot fathom how drunk you have to get.
Well, I don't know about. It's probably more than drinking.
But okay, well,
you know,
I just
think we could get you high enough.
Really to break in and
well,
then
I don't know about
murder
that,
fish.
but I think we could get you high enough to where you're going to do something you probably don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
or aren't proud of, or both.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
And maybe it will involve breaking and entering.
I hope so. Maybe not killing things though.
That's not Eminem.
No. This
Who's
is
that guy?
they're just doing.
We have to play the national
anthem.
anthem.
Do the national anthem.
Unless you want Marshall Mathers doing the Star Spangled Banner.
I wouldn't mind it. I like
How would
him.
that go, do you think?
I don't know.
I was at the Timbers game a couple weeks ago, and they brought out the Unipiper, the Darth Vader Unipiper guy.
I read about that.
Boy,
he bombed.
Yeah, so he rode the unicycle in the full Darth Vader mask, his whole outfit, and played the trumpet. Yeah. Oh my God!
It's a whole thing. I guess they're giving him another chance.
They need to, because it was.
Or they don't need to, if it was that bad.
Well, collectively, we as a as a crowd, and no one knew what to do.
Did you cheer at least?
Well, it got so bad that people like started singing along, trying to drown it out,
Right.
but then you couldn't really sing along because he wasn't keeping time.
Yeah. It was bad.
It was bad.
I read about it.
And then
you guys were all you found your inner Maurice Cheeks.
Yes.
And that for you that should be because the worst thing that could happen is people start booing in.
Well,
and
that was
then-
it. The guy next to me turned because we were all looking around. The guy next to me turns and is like, "Hey, can we boo?" And I was like, "It's the national
No,
anthem."
come on, support the guy.
It's like I don't think we can boo. It was rough. It was rough.
Well, he's getting another crack at it.
Well,
apparently.
let's hope
all
it
right.
goes better.
Homelessness news is next on the Fan.
This is the Fan's Window into Sports. A view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation. Online at windownation.com.
Hey, look at this. Big drive, left field. Giddy up, baby. Gone! Home run for Luis Reyes. 2-run shot. The Mariners have a 4-2 lead. That's his second home run. RBIs 6 and 7. Getting good play out of the third base platoon, folks.
He has 7 RB. Well, I guess he's a platoon.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the Mariners won. That's the most important thing. First
The
place.
First place.
Well, they relinquished first last night.
Yeah.
But
It's
now
back
they're
now.
back into first place. They won today.
So now what we're saying is from here on out, smooth sailing. They're first place the
Yep.
rest of the year.
The Fan's Window into Sports brought to you by Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years at windownation.com.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I love Anthony.
Tarleton State being in the NCAA tournament.
What?
I could have sworn Tarleton State was
He
in the
said
tournament.
Tarleton State was in the NCAA tournament this year, and I was like, they specifically were not. Like, absolutely, definitely no. And he's like, look it up.
I was sure of it.
Look it up. And
But
so
it was who I was
did.
getting them confused with Grand Canyon.
Did you have my tape measure moment there? Like, oh no.
Well, they are both purple and white.
Very confident.
That's as much as they're alike.
And I think maybe there was one point in the season where I bet on a Tarleton State game.
You need help then.
Yeah.
Like, really? It got
It's possible.
You got down bad?
Well,
and
they
it was
were-
like, I need to bet these
they were
Tarleton
awesome.
State.
No, I was up big and I need to bet Tarleton. I mean,
Yeah, it could be either way.
What's the difference?
You're right.
They were great this year.
What's their mascot?
CBI? Did they win the CBI?
They lost the CIT
CIT.
in the semifinals.
They're the Texans, by the way.
Texans.
The what?
The
What are they?
Tarleton State Texans.
They have a defensive end who's transferring. He had 7 sacks last year. He's visiting Oregon State this weekend.
there you go.
That's what.
Killing the portal, man.
That's
I believe their mascot is the Texan Rider, which is specifically a horse with its rider.
What? Well, it says right here, Texans, but they're the Texan Riders?
I'm seeing, and all their logos have a rider on a horse in front of the state of Texas. The Texan Rider.
Well, look, we're out of time, okay?
They play in the United. Who knew there was a United Athletic Conference?
Wait, they played Grand Canyon. So they're in the same league as Grand Canyon? Grand Canyon was in the tournament.
Oh, are they? Is
Yeah, they
Grand
played 'em
Canyon in the
twice.
United Athletic Conference?
Yeah. See, look, I'm feeling a little bit better about this now.
Are you?
Well, yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, I just
you
got
were
my
like, they
purple
were
and
in the
white team.
tournament, Nimick. Look it up.
Well,
You were
Grand
so
Canyon
sure.
was in the tournament. Same thing.
And
they're
then
from the
literally,
same league.
You were supposed to do a read, and you're like, tell me they were in the tournament. Say
I
it.
don't think
Say
they're in
it.
the same league, man.
Well, they played them twice.
Well, I'm
Why would
looking
they
here.
play them twice?
They're not. The Abilene Christian, Austin P, Central Arkansas, Eastern Kentucky, North Alabama, Southern Utah, Stephen F. Austin, and Tarleton State.
That's a bigger conference than I thought, though. I've heard of most of those schools.
Yeah, see, I told you.
Yeah, they're
you were
not.
right. Never mind. I stand corrected.
Famous Navy SEAL sniper Chris Kyle went there.
Went to
Whoa.
really?
Tarleton, yeah.
Hey, everyone's got to have one, right? One famous alumni. Oh, I forgot Utah. Don't forget the mighty Utah Tech. Whatever the hell they are, they're in that conference too.
Also, Hal Mummy went there.
Oh, really?
I don't know who that is.
Hal
You don't know
Mummy
who
is
Hal Mummy is?
one of the innovators of the forward pass.
You're
Spread
so
offense.
young. He was Mike Leach's mentor.
Was he really? I
Kentucky.
I should know that.
All right, we have time for no more news. So in the news gets squeezed. We got to get to the Hot 5 and then the draft about to begin. We'll get the picks live as they happen here on 1080 The Fan.
It's time for High Stakes, a tasty look at clutch performances and the biggest game.
Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice, juicy little Thursday. It's Rob, Isachi, that's me. Big Sook's right over there.
We're right here.
Your sports bros. And we have Andrew Nemec in with us today.
Our draft monger, if you will.
Yes, our draft monger.
I'm trying to bring back monger because it's got such a negative term, and it's really not. It's just like someone that deals or trades in something, and Nemec's over here gambling on the NFL draft left and right. He's our draft monger.
In a baby chair.
Yes.
So he'll be with us today and tomorrow. And by the way, nobody cares about this, but I feel really insecure about my Tarleton State take. So I would like to state that Sook was wrong. Grand Canyon and Tarleton State are in the same conference. They're in the WAC.
Yes.
And
how'd they do in the NCAA tournament?
They were the, while I was wrong about that small fact, they were tournament adjacent because not only both purple and white, they were the top two teams in that league.
Allow me to say...
So it was easier for me to get them mixed up than you thought.
That I was not wrong.
How about that?
Because when I looked up Tarleton State, I looked up their football program. And they are not in the same category as Grand Canyon. They're in the WAC no longer plays football. So Tarleton State is in a different conference for football because the WAC no longer plays football.
What percentage of our audience knew that the WAC doesn't play football?
I was a former member of the Western Athletic Conference, and I didn't know that. And for God's sakes, this
did you
is
know
what I do
that,
for a
Nemec?
job.
Don't lie.
Yes.
You didn't know that.
Oh, I for sure knew that. Yes.
He's lying.
No, I said it. You started talking about the WAC, and I was like, they're not a conference anymore. And then you looked it up for football.
No, whatever.
They are a conference for basketball.
For football.
I didn't hear that.
It's already getting testy.
It is. Well, he's in his little boy chair over there, and he's over here bringing in. He has man bun. He's bringing hot takes.
Well, you've come up with Draft Monger, the text line, because of the chair, called him Draft Gnome.
I love it.
Our little draft gnome.
That's good.
So
Each
cute.
pick, what does the gnome think? Well, let me tell you.
All right, so we're going to get some draft. We're going to get all draft here. We're going to get super drafty shortly, but let's get the Hot 5 at 5 in.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victoricos.com. Number 5.
Wide receiver A.J. Brown gets an extension with the Philadelphia Eagles, 3 years, $96 million. He will get $84 million guaranteed.
Hey-o.
Yikes.
And he's earned that.
A lot of dough.
When Tennessee didn't want to pay him, Philly said, we'll pay him, and A.J. Brown has been great. And now they have two of the highest paid receivers because Smith got the bag just a couple weeks ago.
And Mr. Nemec, that probably means your boy Brandon Ayuk or possibly Deebo Samuel on the move today.
Yeah, Debo being gone would not be the end of the world. Ayuk, I might get up and walk out. Yeah. Was there a more angry person than Coach Rabel when they traded A.J. Brown? Not only did they show him when that happened and he just looked irate, but then they also interviewed him and he could barely contain himself from saying, I hate my GM.
Good thing they drafted Treylon Burks, who, oh wait, he sucks. So.
Number 4.
Mariners and Rangers rubber match today in Texas. The M's win it. Got a couple of home runs. Luis Urias and Ty France both hit 2-run home runs. Mariners win 4-3. They take the series and retain sole possession of first place in the American League West. And at this point, it's probably over.
Although we looked it up, their magic number, they still don't control their own destiny. But I think 131 to get into the wild card, so feeling pretty good.
The crappy-ass Rockies beat the Padres today 10-9. Dodgers over the Nationals 2-1. Royals beat the Blue Jays in a rain-shortened game 2-1. And how about the White Sox? They are now
3-22.
3-22. They lost again.
1-13 away from their stadium, which is not going to be around much longer.
And the Astros lost again. Cubs beat them 3-1.
They're 7-19.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. They're all kinds of bad.
Number 3.
The Seattle Kraken have parted ways with their TV partner. Pay attention, Blazer fans. Root Sports.
Yeah, because no one can see the damn games.
Instead, they are going to produce their own free broadcasts on King and Kong in Seattle.
King and Kong.
Yeah, well, they have King TV
King
and they
TV.
have Kong TV.
Oh,
Do they really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Owned by the same company.
Yeah, King 5, right?
Yeah. And then KGW is the affiliate in Portland. So Kraken games will be on KGW next year.
Tasty.
And then there's KREM in Spokane. All 70 non-nationally televised games will be on those channels.
Broadcast TV.
Correct. And then, but the Kraken also signed a streaming deal with Amazon Prime, so all their games will be streaming on Prime if you are not in one of those cities.
Yeah, Portland Trailblazers. Here you go.
How about that?
I understand it's less money, but here you go. You want people to watch your games? This is how to do it.
How in the world are we existing in this day and age, and it is hard to watch the Blazers, and it is hard to watch the Ducks and Beavers?
Hallelujah.
That is so crazy.
It's nuts.
Well, and more, yeah, this is like what the Suns did, right? And now you're seeing the Kraken do this. Maybe more people are coming around to the idea of these local TV deals. They're a disaster. They're not that much money, and it kills your fan base. This is good.
T-Wolves, Naz Reid wins NBA Sixth Man of the Year, narrowly edging out Sacramento's Malik Monk. That's the closest vote ever for Sixth Man of the Year. We've got 3 playoff games tonight, a couple of games in progress. The Cavaliers are getting waxed by My Magique, 61-43, nearing the half in Orlando. And Knicks and Sixers just underway in Philly. Of course, New York leading that series 2-0. It is tied early on. Nuggets, Lakers will be the nightcap. Nuggets leading 2-0. By the way, the Denver has rallied from 15 or more down at half in 2 of the last 3 playoff meetings with the Lakers.
Oh my gosh, we have our first surprise.
Marshall Mathers.
I love that they were booing Goodell, and so this is when Goodell brings out the military so they can't boo him. Everyone hates Goodell, and then they bring out Eminem, and now the Detroit people can't boo because it's Eminem.
Let's do it.
I like that Eminem's basically in sweatpants.
It's Eminem. He can do whatever the hell he wants.
I don't think that's basically
That's what he does.
Yeah, those
he
are,
is
yeah,
in
those are
sweatpants.
Number 1.
And they aren't even tied up.
And the
he's got
Jordan 3s.
Yeah.
the string
That are
hanging.
probably his own brand of Jordan 3s that are worth more than your car.
Boy, that guy gives 0 Fs, and I love it.
I love Eminem.
All right, we're going to take a break. Number 1 is, of course, the 2024 NFL Draft. They are about to get underway. When we come back, you will hear the picks live as they happen, and we'll have analysis with our draft gnome, Andrew Nemick. The Hot 5 at 5 is brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victorricos.com. Live NFL Draft coverage is next on The Fan.
What's your opinion?
It's thick, it's meaty.
The AAA Heating and Cooling poll question gives you a chance to vote on the hottest topics of the day, according to Isaac and Sue.
They were more excited than I was because I did it.
Brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling, a family business helping families for over 50 years. Visit AAAIAQ.com. The AAA Heating and Cooling poll question. Vote now on Twitter at 1080 The Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
Southbound 205, if you're starting your drive at Airport Way, heading to I-5, it's going to be about a 20-minute drive with 10-minute delays, also 15-minute delays if you're heading to 224. I'm Ken Luttrell with traffic.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for
Got Barnes. We've goofed off. We did In the News. We did the Hot 5 at 5.
Tarleton State basketball and football.
It is now time for nothing but wall-to-wall NFL draft coverage here on The Fan.
The Bears are on the clock, and they apparently are going to take the entire time, which is just so stupid.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. That's what they said. So, I don't know.
7 minutes then.
Yeah, we got 7 minutes, 7.5 minutes until Caleb Williams. So far we've seen Roger Goodell booed, Eminem coming out as the ultimate human shield. The crowd goes nuts, and then they brought out all the Lion greats, including Barry Sanders, who now looks like he teaches high school math and sells remanded furniture on the weekend.
So for our draft gnome, we have a moment here to ask a few pressing questions. One would be, do you think we're going to get the first ever draft where we have 4 quarterbacks, 1, 2, 3, 4?
No.
You don't? So you think, so let's see, Patriots, you're thinking
Patriots
May.
will take May.
And then what will Arizona do?
I don't know.
Why not?
Because I'm not a savant.
What are you doing here?
Right. I do think Marvin Harrison Jr. is likely going to be the pick. It wouldn't totally floor me if they went Neighbors or Odunze. I don't think the gap is as significant as most people think. That said, Marvin Harrison Jr. is very, very good. Those 3 receivers would be the number 1 receiver in almost any draft. So it's a great year to get an offensive tackle. It's a great year to get a receiver. And if you're picking in the top 3, it looks like it's a pretty good year to get a quarterback.
So do we now think that you're a Niner fan, Ayuk will get traded?
I can't imagine you do that. I think they'll trade Debo.
Why?
Because Ayuk is a 26-year-old ascending player who doesn't need to be in a specific scheme where he's handed the ball as a running back, and you don't have to build a game plan around him for him to be productive. Debo, you kind of do, and Debo's hurt. Buck and I were talking about this off the air. It feels like Debo's hurt about 40% of the time. Whether that's like he's not able to play at all or he seems dinged up and not right. He's 28 years old. You can get off that number, and I think you save like $7 million this year, $9 million next year. That's not a ton, but you can replace him with a mid-second round pick that potentially gives you, over the course of 16 games, the production that he gives you in the 7.5 games he's healthy.
Especially in a deep receiver draft where, in the late first round, into that second round, you're going to have some players, with Troy Franklin is someone that I don't think he's going to go in the first. I think he'll be there in the second. You can get a lot of value in the second round with a receiver that you no longer need a receiver 1 because you're pairing him alongside a true receiver 1, an ascending Ayuk.
By the way, I have to announce, because every year I think there are some listeners that really only care about what drop we're going to play to signify that we need to shut up and go to the podium. This year we've chosen our friend and compatriot here at the Fan, Jason Swigart. So you will hear this.
Hold on, everybody.
Sorry, I didn't know you were playing it too.
Well, we double played.
It's a tasty echo right there. Maybe we stick with it, boys.
Hold on, everybody.
You'll hear that, and we all need to shut up and go to the podium.
Yeah.
What is that from?
That's his call when the Lady Pilots beat Gonzaga to go to the dance.
Oh, wow.
It's over, we think.
We love him.
Here's the situation.
They had to put time back on the clock in the WCC championship game.
Yeah.
It was a good call. All right, first defensive player off the board.
That's a really, really tricky one. We could go a lot of different directions there.
And then what number? Do you think it ends up being 9, 10?
So the record is 8 in a row.
8, yeah.
No one's there's never been 9 picks in a row that were offense to start a draft. But that's a big question. It could be Leatu Latu, UCLA edge rusher. He's very, very polished, but he's not an elite athlete. It could be the elite athlete who's not very polished as an edge rusher in Dallas Turner from Alabama. It could be Jared Verse, who's your big physical edge rusher but not real bendy. It could be Quinyon Mitchell. It could be Terrion Arnold, 2 of the best cornerbacks in this draft. It could be Byron Murphy II, the nose tackle, defensive tackle out of Texas.
I can't remember
I think it's going to be close, and I don't know who's going to go.
I can't remember a draft where there has been this much uncertainty, not just at which defensive player is going first, but at which position. I mean, you think about it, there's no consensus edge rusher. There is a consensus D lineman, and that's Murphy, because there really isn't a lot of deep ones. But I don't think there's consensus on the inside linebackers, and a consensus on the edge rusher, and there's not a consensus on corner. So it's really unlike the offensive side of the ball, where it does feel like there's a pretty clear pecking order. The defensive side of the ball, it's kind of a dealer's choice. Most positions outside of defensive tackle.
And there's a lot of – this is an interesting draft for scheme fit. Once we get out of the elite 15 to 20 guys, the gap between player number 25 and number 65 is razor thin. Christian Haynes, some people have as like the 65th best prospect. He's an elite zone blocking guard. Some people have him as the number one guard in this draft. Other people say he'd be undraftable for certain schemes.
Hold on, everybody. With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
All right. I know you like him and you think he's going to be good.
I think he's going to be very good,
yes. Do you think he's elite level QB in the NFL?
I was not a huge Trevor Lawrence guy. And people said Trevor Lawrence was generational. I told Suk, I think he's really good at everything. He's not great at anything. I liked Joe Burrow better in terms of guys that have come out in recent years. Beyond that, Caleb Williams is a fantastic quarterback prospect. They don't get much better than him. He has not thrown an interception on 3rd and 4th down in his entire USC career. In the red zone for his entire college career, he's had 61 touchdowns and 1 interception. That 1 interception was a miscommunication on a back shoulder throw to Jordan Addison. Other than that, he has no interceptions in the red zone in his career. You do worry about the fumbles in his career, 33 fumbles, 16 last year. But when you look at Caleb Williams, when was the last time, probably Trevor Lawrence, that a year ago we went, this is the guy that's going to be number 1 next year? And that's what we were saying. Last year, we all said Caleb Williams is going to be the number 1 pick last year. And through his ups and downs at USC, we go through an entire year. There was never a debate. He was minus 800 or something to be the number 1 pick this time last year. It never dipped below minus 500, 600. He's been the guy, and for very good reason.
Are the Bears back? Is he that good?
Here's the thing. The Bears won, I believe, 7 games last year. They have a lot of draft capital. If you just give them an average quarterback with the upgrades they made this offseason, they could very easily, as Suk pointed out earlier in the show, they could very easily be this year's Texans. A Super Bowl contender? No. A playoff team? Absolutely. In fact, I don't necessarily think that's a bad bet if you love Caleb Williams to put a little cash on Bears to make the playoffs. I don't know what it is, but I do think this team, if they get average quarterback play, they're not that far away. I'm worried about the Vikings. The Packers are good, but Jordan Love now has film, and teams are going to watch him and start taking away some of what he does, and it's going to get harder for him. So the runway is there in the NFC North, potentially, for the Bears to be a wild card type of team, or a wild card round type of team.
And the one knock on Williams is that he plays off schedule and that he kind of runs around. And in Chicago, with their new OC, Shane Waldron, and you look at kind of his background, he wants to run a Shanahan-McVay type system, which is predicated on run the ball, play action pass, get the ball out of your hands. And you look at what they've built. They've got a rebuilt offensive line. They have 2 very good receivers. They went out and got DeAndre Swift. They have a good tight end and
Cole
Kmet, the kid out of Notre Dame. So you look at their offense, and much like what they did with C.J. Stroud, this is going to be run the ball, play action, get the ball out of your hands, a quarterback-friendly system. It is set up for Caleb Williams to maybe be protected from the one thing that people want to pick him apart. I do. I think this could be a really, really good fit in Chicago. I think they're going to surprise some people and be this. That's what I said. I think they're the Houston Texans. This to me is a 10 or 11 win team if Williams is anywhere near what we think he can be.
And the difference right now between them and the next 2 teams picking, the Washington Commanders and the New England Patriots, who are very likely to also take quarterbacks, what we've seen the last few years is when you build the infrastructure and then insert the quarterback. Those guys often have quite a bit of success, and the Bears should be commended for stockpiling draft capital, getting themselves in a position to get this type of pick, and now you look at their weapons, it looks like a fantasy football lineup. It's DeAndre Swift and Khalil Herbert, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Cole Kmet, those are weapons.
You got your right tackle. You had an offensive lineman to this group, maybe another receiver if they want to go down that road. I think they're going to spend that next pick if they don't trade down on another O-lineman. I'm telling you, this thing is built up to be good right now. And I know people are like, oh, it's the Bears, and all of a sudden we love to hate on Caleb Williams. This is a really good spot.
And we throw around generational too often. Just in the sense that generation literally means once in a generation. That can't be once every 3 years. But I do think Caleb Williams is once in a cycle, in a 4-year cycle. He is a once in a 4-year cycle quarterback. And I do think those guys sometimes miss. But there's a lot to like about Caleb Williams, and there's a reason that through all of this, even when people love to make up rumors that there are red flags and there are question marks, the biggest hit on him is that he cried and he paints his nails. The dude's a really good, and the reason for that is when you watch the film, there's not a lot to poke holes in. You have to do the painted nails thing because you can't really criticize much else. He's a very complete player. And the other thing I like about him that people don't realize, he actually grew up playing running back and linebacker. He can take a hit. So he's not the biggest dude in the world at 6'1", 215, and he doesn't always just want to deliver that shot. But he is used to physical football and delivering and taking hits, and I do think that will help him and serve him well in the league when we compare him to a guy like Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I've seen several interviews with him, and he seems really sharp. Like there at some point, maybe during the Heisman season, he kind of got this reputation of being a little, I don't know, maybe a diva of sorts. But everything I've seen with him, he's kind of punted that right out the front door. Like, it doesn't seem like that sticks to him, and he's been, because wasn't there always talk too that he wasn't even going to play in Chicago, and his dad's involved, and it's just a mess. He's been great.
But again,
what I've seen,
in my opinion, we have to do the part that you hate about the draft. We have to have narratives about guys, right? We have to say this guy could be a bust. There wasn't much to say on film, so it became a character thing because there was nothing else. There was no, man, he's really bad on third down. He wasn't. He never threw a pick on third and fourth down in his USC career. You can't say he's bad in the red zone. He's phenomenal in the red zone. You can't say he doesn't have a big arm. So it had to be, and the biggest knock I've heard on him is he wants to be a brand. Tom Brady didn't want to be a brand? I mean, who cares? Mannings aren't a brand?
My only knock on him is I don't love how much he plays off schedule, and some of that may be because at USC and that line, and it just maybe he had to be, and he tried to be the hero in every play. That's my knock on him. But I will say that, and I hate this comparison because you're talking about one of the best to ever do it, his off-platform stuff to me is the only person that I've seen, and again, it's only been 5 or 6 years, it's the only person that I would say compares to Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is the best off-platform, but I mean platform is 3, 5-step, 7-step, back foot into the ground throw. I'm talking about where you see the baseball style, the sidearmed, the feet aren't good. No one does it better than Mahomes other than Caleb Williams.
2024 NFL Draft. The Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels, quarterback, LSU.
Again, what a season he had. Combined rushing and passing over 5,000 yards and 50 touchdowns. He won the Heisman, the Walter Camp, the Unitas, the O'Brien, and Manning Awards, and was the AP College Football Player of the Year. You mentioned that he started at Arizona State, started 3 seasons there, 2 in Baton Rouge. So he's 23 years old with lots of experience. The frame, Lewis, is what everyone talked about.
All right, that's by the way, that's Mike Greenberg.
Yeah.
He sounds
odd.
Ancient.
Yeah.
Is he 85 years old?
No, I don't think so. But chalk so far, I mean, 1, 2, 0 surprises.
Yeah, we knew this.
Yeah.
But and you said earlier in the show, but worth repeating for new listeners who are just tuning in, Andrew Nimick is here with us today. And tomorrow, by the way, to cover the draft. You're not high on Jaden Daniels.
No, and there's some stuff to like. I mean, 12,000 yards passing, 3,000 yards rushing in his career, the first player to ever do that in college football. In a clean pocket, he has a passer rating of 146.2. That's phenomenal. When he's under pressure and he does throw, his passer rating is 123.4. That's second only behind Bo Nix. Those are the things to like. The rest I'm really concerned about. And Robert Mays said this and put this beautifully from The Athletic. It's weird to watch his highlights and also take away from it, and everyone says the same thing. He is the least creative quarterback in this draft. He's going to throw to his first read, or he's going to run. If he does almost anything else, we've got an issue. He completed 70% of his passes accurately on his first read. Once he gets to his second read, his accuracy number drops to 40%. Ooh. That is awful. The other issue, under pressure. For an example, Michael Penix under pressure threw the ball 71% of the time to a receiver, not threw it away. Daniels is at 36%. Only a third of the time that he's pressured does he throw to a receiver. Everything else is take a sack, run, or throw the ball away. That's really concerning because the NFL's going to heat you up. They're going to heat you up. And when they do, so far, Jaden Daniels a quarter of the time takes a sack, a third of the time he runs, a third of the time he tries to throw, and everything else is
and when he does get hit, you watch his tape. When he runs and he gets hit, he takes bigger hits than just about anyone I've seen.
It looks like a Looney Tunes cartoon.
And he has said that he is not going to change the way he plays. Is that he's what did he say? God's got me. He
said that at the combine.
Yeah, but I think can't the coaches get him to?
I certainly hope so.
Understand.
So
by the way,
he's not good on his first read. He's bad on his second read, and his over the middle numbers are horrendous. He cannot throw over the middle.
Do you like the idea that he's with Cliff Kingsbury? Because that's the OC in Washington.
No.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was good or bad.
I think that's bad. I am not a big Cliff Kingsbury guy. So I just don't get this. And I was talking to Suk about this, and this has been brought up by a number of people. He is not like Lamar Jackson because Lamar Jackson is really good at feeling out the pocket, creating time, and throwing off platform. Jaden Daniels has an average arm, and he ran to throw. In other words, he ran to create time and threw off platform less, about half as much as Michael Penix, who is practically a statue as a thrower. So Jaden Daniels, as athletic as he is, he does not throw off platform, and he can't because he has a very average arm. All of that said, he's an electric athlete, and if he does figure it out, he's got a chance to be very good. But the tools are really concerning. He doesn't read the field well, and he is not a decisive thrower.
It's
and
scary
that's
that
concerning.
when your weaknesses are things that in the NFL really hamper you, that's a big concern.
I don't like to throw when I'm pressured. I don't like to throw over the middle, and I don't like to slide. I love to take a hit, and oh yeah, by the way, I'm roughly 180 pounds.
And I've said it so many times over the last handful of months. The NFL game really right now is about controlling the middle of the field, and it's where defenses are vulnerable. Defenses are making you go over the middle, and we'll see if he can adjust. And because there are weapons there in Washington, that's not a bad roster. He's got some guys to throw to. There's some pieces around him. They went and got Austin Eckler to be in their backfield as well. So it's not like he's going to a completely barren situation.
And when you look at it, he's not like Lamar Jackson, who he's a lot like in the way he plays and in his flaws and his strengths was Justin Fields. Except Fields was bigger. Fields was a more dynamic runner. And Fields had a much bigger arm. But they're very similar numbers in when I throw to my first receiver, I'm highly successful. When I go to my second receiver, I'm in a little bit of trouble, and also I like to run way too much. That's his profile. He's almost a carbon copy, except he's much, much, much thinner.
I don't see a poor man's Justin Fields being a ringing endorsement for Jaden Daniels.
Our draft gnome is not high on him.
We'll see. Bears, Caleb Williams. Commanders, Jaden Daniels. We're going to keep it here because the Patriots pick is in. They're about to reveal that. Fourth pick goes to Arizona, who is currently on the clock. Fifth, Chargers. Sixth, Giants. Seventh, Titans. You're listening to live coverage of the NFL draft here with Isaac Suk and Andrew Nimick, the draft gnome.
Yes. Now, most people think that this is going to be a stick and pick here, that they're not going to trade. This is going to be Drake May. Your thoughts on Drake May? Because I haven't seen enough of Drake May.
Hold on, everybody. With the third pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
1, 2, 3.
So yeah, it's the fourth draft since 1967 where we've had a quarterback go 1, 2, 3.
Now it gets interesting at 4 and 5. Yeah. Do we see more quarterbacks? Do we see trades?
Right.
What happens? But your thoughts real quick before we break on May, because I honestly haven't seen enough of Drake May to where I feel comfortable, giving it. He reminds me a little of the Justin Herbert where maybe there's it leaves something to be desired when you watch him, but people say the upside is just enormous.
Well, he is kind of in that mold of Josh Allen and Justin Herbert. He's that big, prototypical quarterback who runs well, who has tremendous arm strength, who can throw off platform. As you see, he's 6'4", 230 pounds. He's not super accurate right now. His mechanics need work. There are issues there. He's pretty raw. In fact, I think he's the rawest of these high-level quarterbacks. But when you compare his film at his age, and I believe he's 21, he might be 22, to Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels from that same age, there's no comparison. He has way more tools. He's way better than they were at that age. If you can fix him mechanically, he becomes a little more accurate. Again, very much the Justin Herbert, Josh Allen model. When we're talking tools, he can run. He's got a huge arm. He actually called out protections pre-snap, which a lot of quarterbacks don't do. He didn't have a ton of weapons at North Carolina. People love to talk about Walker, the receiver they have, but he was suspended by the NCAA for most of the season. The rest of his weapons were not very good last year, and he still made some big plays. I like Drake May. There's a lot of boom or bust here. He could end up flaming out the same way that Josh Allen his first 2 years was terrible. Well, where is he now? If Drake May figures it out, the ceiling is tremendously high. In fact, I think he has the highest ceiling of any quarterback in this draft, even higher than Caleb Williams, because he's a little bit more instinctual runner, and he's much bigger.
So Josh Allen type guy. That's top level.
That's what the Patriots are telling themselves. And I'll say this. I think the Patriots know, we don't have the roster to support this guy right now. But again, when you look at the next few years of the guys who are going to play quarterback, do you really want to hitch your wagon to Shedeur Sanders as 1-1 with his attitude, the way he is, and the way he plays? Or would you rather get the quarterback a little early and say, yeah, we're going to be bad. So's he. And we'll develop him, and we'll take some time to teach him.
All right, Arizona's on the clock. We'll be back with that pick next. They'll be followed by the Chargers. Here's Buck with SportsCenter.
This is Draft Week on
Got our draft gnome, Andrew Nemick, in here. Big Sook's over there. We had Arizona taking Marvin Harrison Jr. there, the wide receiver out of Ohio State, 4th.
Yep.
So all chalk.
Yep.
So
no
far.
upsets. And Marvin Harrison Jr. proving that you don't have to do squat. He didn't run. He didn't interview. He didn't do a pro day. And he's the first non-quarterback off the board.
If his name were not Marvin Harrison Jr., if his name were Steve Jones, do you think he could have gotten away with that? Like, I know he's amazing. He's a great receiver. But in part, do people go, yeah, his family knows the process. We trust it.
His Biletnikoff Award is one of the worst awards. Like, he was not the best receiver in football.
Should have got
it. Odunze was better than him. Neighbors was better than him. I'm not blaming him. He had a crappy offense, and was it Kyle Day, their quarterback that was that his name?
No, it was
Ryan
Kyle
Day.
McCord?
Kyle McCord.
Yeah.
I know I'm getting their quarterback and the head coach mashup. He's not going to be the quarterback he transferred. It's not Marvin Harrison Jr.'s fault. I do think that I have never seen a player so pushed, and some of that has to do with the name. I mean, they're making him out to be Jesus when it comes to wide receivers, and he's great. I don't think the gap between him and Neighbors and Odunze is that great. And I think in today's NFL, I think there's a chance that Neighbors ends up being the better player because he can operate more in space.
How do you feel in this moment?
I'm just super blessed to be here, really. I mean, like you said, there's a lot of great receivers in this draft class. It's an honor to be first. We got to go and put that work in now.
A career in the NFL was written in your bloodline, but how important is it for you to create your own legacy in this league?
Yeah, I'm just going to try to be my best self, just be the best person, be the best player I can be, and whatever happens from there.
All right, Maserati Marv heading to Arizona. Congratulations.
Look at that crazy cool medallion he's got on.
Yeah. Well,
that's
pretty
rad.
Again, the pedigree is there. It's just that the only thing that you can criticize him is he has almost no yak. He is not a great after he catches the ball. And again, in today's NFL, when so much cover two, so much rolling over the top, and so many offenses are operating in zone schemes and having to run away from defenders, and it's after the catch. I'm not saying that he's not going to be a great receiver. I think there's an argument to be made that Neighbors' game may be more Tyreek Hill, maybe more suited for today's NFL, and it wouldn't shock me, at least early on, if Neighbors doesn't have a bigger impact.
There was a number of guys like this in this draft, where the mock draft guys are the people that talked to teams in terms of reporting rumor. There's going to be trades, there's that kind of thing. Said Marvin Harrison Jr. is clearly number one. And then guys that I listen to and simply do their own analysis and rankings said, and Daniel Jeremiah was part of this, Dane Brugler was part of this, said most teams that we talk to and our own rankings, Neighbors is higher than Harrison Jr. So, and even some people said Odunze might be right there with Harrison Jr. Harrison Jr. is really good, and I think he has the highest ceiling of highest floor, of any player in this draft. I cannot see a scenario with as big as he is, with as physical as he is. I can't see a scenario where he's not at least a pretty good receiver. I don't know if he's ever going to have the Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase seasons. He might. But I think there's almost no scenario where we look in 5 years and go, man, Marvin Harrison Jr. is terrible. That's not happening. He's going to be good. How good is the question? And probably very good. These three receivers are number one in almost every draft for the last several years.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who he's opposite in Arizona. Who's on the other side for Arizona?
Greg Dortch, baby.
Who?
Greg Dortch, the Dorchmeister. You serious?
Yeah,
no,
I'm 100%.
They don't have. That's the thing. They had to go receiver, and they might go. If I were them with Kyler Murray, I would dip in again in a deep receiver draft, probably in the third or fourth, and just go get Central Florida's Javon Baker. Go get maybe in the second even a Ricky Pearsall. Go get another guy, and you really have a pretty good group because you've got an X now, and you probably have an alpha at X. Get a second receiver because Greg Dortch ain't it.
All right, the Bears take Caleb Williams, number 1. Commanders took Jaden Daniels, 2. Drake May to the Patriots, 3. And now Marvin Harrison Jr. to Arizona, 4. Now we turn our attention to the Chargers. Jim Harbaugh is on the clock. Offensive line here?
unless there's a trade, Harbaugh has basically sent up the bat signal saying that he wants to play bully ball, run the ball. So I assume, and I don't think it's necessarily just Joe Alt. I think some of that is just the media saying, oh, it has to be Alt. Unless they trade out, I would be shocked if this isn't an offensive lineman, whether it's Alt or whether it's Latham or whoever.
The weird thing with Latham, and you look at the difference between the two. So Joe Alt against in a gap scheme, his run blocking grade is an 83. Yeah. J.C. Latham's only thing that he wasn't great at, he grades out as a PFF as a 66 as a gap scheme run blocker. He's not the big bully he looks like he should be at 360. He just isn't. He's a good pass blocker, and he's really good in zone blocking schemes. But if you're looking for that just mash him up guy, Joe Alt grades out as the better player for that. I agree with you. I don't think Joe Alt is so head and shoulders above every other offensive lineman in this draft. But if you're comparing the two for what the Chargers do, to me, Alt makes more sense, especially when don't they have Rashawn Slater?
Yeah.
Who's a really good tackle, but you put Joe Alt on the left side, Slater's on the right, Latham's a right. And doesn't Slater play a lot of right tackle?
Yeah, I think he actually can play both.
Or does he play both?
I'd have to,
because Joe Alt you can just plug and play left tackle.
Yeah.
And J.C. Latham has been a right tackle primarily.
I would
or even a guard.
I would like to report to the people that this scuttlebutt about Roger Goodell having back surgery and not being able to bro hug these guys.
He's doing all the hugging.
False, fake news.
I knew it.
He's doing the big slap bro hug.
What if he's just popping Vicodin between every pick?
It's all high.
Just like, oh, I got to meet Eminem. Life is good. Did you guys see Barry Sanders? He looks like a fat PE teacher. And he's just like a mess backstage. All right, you have to announce the picks, man. Mariota!
And they do have Slater as their left tackle.
Oh,
I know he came in as right.
He was a right.
But he is their left tackle.
So he could potentially slide back.
Hold on, everybody.
With the fifth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt, tackle, Notre Dame.
We on the board, gentlemen.
All right. Well,
chalk.
It's not sexy, but prudent.
And you knew that's where he would.
Look at the old family, so fired up. Look at the sister.
He is an enormous human being.
God, he looks enormous.
He is just.
What'd you say? 360?
6'8" and 5'8", 330 pounds. J.C. Latham is 360.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And his dad played, as they're showing, he played for the Chiefs.
Yep.
Yeah.
So a good pedigree there, and this is, it makes sense. If it wasn't a trade, it was an O-lineman, and like what to your point there, when you're saying if the scheme fit, Alt better than Latham.
Giants on the clock.
And the other big thing here, Latham 16 penalties the last 2 years. Joe Alt 3, a very clean prospect.
What do we think the Giants are looking at before we break?
I mean, if it were me, I want no part of Daniel Jones in my future. Yeah. And I know J.J. McCarthy. I don't love J.J. McCarthy. I really don't. I would take Penix. I like Penix a lot. I think you have to, in modern NFL football, get the heck away from guys like Daniel Jones. You're paying him too much money to be below average. I would go quarterback here or get him some help and go get a Dunze or Neighbors.
All right, Giants pick next. We'll be right back, 5:48 on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics, brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, we're watching the draft, and there could be 3 Ducks maybe tonight.
Yeah,
Jackson Powers Johnson,
Nix, and Troy Franklin. I think Nix goes in the first round. I do think Powers Johnson. I mean, both Powers Johnson, who's the best center here, them and Franklin.
All right, welcome back. Covering the NFL draft here. Quick recap if you're just tuning in. Caleb Williams, number 1 to the Bears. No shock there. Also, not a shocker, the Commanders took Jaden Daniels, number 2. Patriots, many thought, would trade out of the number 3 or could trade out of the number 3 spot, but they did not. They took Drake May, the quarterback from North Carolina. Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Cardinals at 4. Joe Alt, the tackle from Notre Dame, to the Chargers at 5. And moments ago, while we were away, Malik Neighbors, the wide receiver Nemec, you like a lot, the LSU kid, he goes to the Giants at number 6.
So far, the only surprise in this draft is that we didn't see a trade from there was some belief that the Chargers and the Giants would be willing to trade out if someone wanted to move up.
Or the Cardinals.
Yeah.
It's been incredibly chalky. I think you and I talked, and I felt very strongly that the quarterbacks were a little inflated, that they would go 1, 2, 3. McCarthy would not go 4. And we'll probably get to him today, I would guess. I think he's a first-rounder still. But that McCarthy's going to go 2. Everybody's in love with McCarthy. I think Harbaugh threw it out that he was the second-best quarterback or the best quarterback in this draft. And the league went, okay, he's our Will Levis. He's our sacrificial lamb. Everyone leaked that he's the dude, and so far no one's making any big push to make him a dude. And now we've seen, the Giants wanted to move out, the Chargers kind of begged to move out, and nobody took their spot.
So how many more quarterbacks do you think we see today?
1.
Just him?
I think Penix.
Oh, just Penix. Okay.
I think just Penix.
Maybe the Seahawks?
Maybe.
Huh?
And maybe too, it would shock me if McCarthy, Penix, and Nix all good. That's just a lot of quarterbacks.
Yeah.
That's just a lot of quarterbacks.
Well, Tennessee's not going to take one. Atlanta's not going to take one. The Bears aren't going to take one. The Jets aren't going to take one. And so 11 at Minnesota, unless there's some trades,
should sit okay.
Minnesota at 11 and Denver at 12, and maybe they're looking at that and saying, hey, if no one's willing to pay the price to move up, maybe we can just stay. The idea was if you were Minnesota or Denver and you wanted your guy, you were going to have to move up. Well,
maybe not.
Maybe not, because right now there's no one ahead of them that will draft a quarterback.
So I have a question. I like Joe Alt. No shots fired here whatsoever at Joe Alt. But if you're the Chargers, and Jim Harbaugh likes to run the ball. He's gritty. I get it. Yeah. Cool. They lost Mike Williams. Mm-hmm. They lost Keenan Allen. They have Justin Herbert. Who is his receiver?
They don't.
And now they have 2 really good left tackles. And Slater can play right. I said
they'll move one of them, obviously.
So you've got 2 great tackles and no receivers.
Well,
they need to get receiver.
It's the first round.
They need to get receiver on day 2 and day 3, and probably 2 or 3 of them.
They will,
and they'll be okay.
Neighbors, compare him to somebody. Malik Neighbors.
It feels like jersey scouting, but there's a lot of Jamar Chase in what he does. There's some Tyreek Hill in what he does. He's blazing fast. He runs really good routes. He's got great hands. He's an absolute playmaker. He does things. People have watched multiple. I did the same thing. Watching his highlights, he has moments where you're like, as they cut to different highlights, did they speed that up? Like the way he gets out of a break so fast is like, did they do some editing here to cut it to make it look like he's smoother or faster than he's unbelievable. And Bruce Feldman had him on his freaks list, not just for his speed, but for his change of direction. Malik Neighbors is an absolute freak, and he doesn't necessarily have to beat you deep. He can play in the slot. He can play outside. And in an NFL that's now going too high, he's going to be a receptions magnet, and he's going to have a whole lot of yak, I think, in the NFL.
And the Giants, they have Waller, correct? And I don't know who else
Waller may retire.
I think he's retired.
Is he done?
I think he may have announced his retirement.
He's announced his retirement from his marriage. I'll tell you that. Right
well, you talk about the Giants.
For him.
They got Hyatt, the kid out of Tennessee who's young. They got Darius Slayton.
Jalen Hyatt.
Their team slot receiver.
Yeah,
they have 5 slot receivers.
Yeah. Hodgins is still there. Who's
Wan'Dale Robinson, Darius Slayton, Isaiah McKenzie. Oregon State Beaver legend Isaiah Hodgins.
But Neighbors should come in immediately and be
he's their guy.
And be their guy. He'll be receiver 1.
I'm going to keep it here, Buck, because it looks like the Titans pick is in. We'll get that in, and then we'll move on. But
this should be a no lineman, by the way. If you're the Titans, I would.
Well, that's boring.
I know, but it should be. It's their biggest need.
Ben Solak of The Ringer just tweeted, if no one did any research at all, we would all go 6 for 6 in our mock drafts to start.
Yeah.
This is literally like the chalkiest, exactly what people thought would happen for the first 6
and if
picks
this is Latham,
for months.
then we just...
That's our first semi-surprise.
The only one that I could see here is because they need offensive line and they need defensive line help. Is there a chance that they go ballsy enough here to go Byron Murphy?
Or one of the edges?
Or is this too early for one of them?
It sounds like, Brugler and Jeremiah, I think, do the best job. And they said within the last 48 hours that the biggest scuttlebutt week of, and the guy they wish they would have invested more stock in, is Byron Murphy. That's the guy the league loves way more than everybody else. So if we're talking about, well, he could go at 8, is it that crazy to say maybe goes at 7? Yeah. No, not really. Yeah. This doesn't seem like the move. They need a tackle. Yeah. I could see him going Fuaga. I could see him going Olu Fashanu, the mini-hand giant.
Well, it's funny because he's the kid out of Penn State, and coming into this year, people said, again, like, this is how generational prospect, best old lineman, and now on some people's boards, you see him as the 4th best tackle.
His pass blocking is the best in this draft. He is so fluid. We talk about like good feet, good hands, good hip. He is absolutely the epitome of a dancing bear. I mean, there are people who say he might be the best pass blocker, pure pass blocker, to come out in like a decade.
But they don't love the run game.
He's soft.
Yeah.
I mean, he grades out just barely above an average college lineman in the run game, and he has 8.5-inch hands. Joe Alt's got 10.5. Hey, I know.
I have 8.5-inch hands. Stop it.
Little hands tend not to be a great sign for an offensive lineman.
Damn it.
And he's not a bully. In the run game, he's kind of happy to play patty cake. In pass pro, he not only mirrors, but he's so quick that before guys can even finish the move, he's there and beats them and turns them. He's an unbelievable pass blocker, but he's not great against the run.
I'll tell you what, guys, I'm loving this terminology. Dancing bear,
Baby hands, baby nuts.
Could you be a dancing bear with oily hips?
I mean, I think you have to have oily hips to be a dancing bear.
That's fantastic.
That's kind of where we're at.
That's the first time I've heard that, dancing bear. Has that been a long time?
That's the thing.
That's a long time draft term.
Big dudes that are light on their feet are dancing bears.
This is the first spot, by the way, that we could see a local tie. If they go tackle, there are teams that really love Talise Fuanga.
Yeah.
And by the way, I know it is spelled Fuaga. There's a silent N, just like Tua Tango Vailoa. It is Fuanga.
Oh, really? I would say Fuaga.
It's not Fuaga.
Oh.
It's Fuanga.
It's Fuanga.
Fuanga.
Like 100%. And the Oregon State site says it's pronounced Fuaga. And he then did an interview, I think it was at the Combine, where he's like, I didn't feel like explaining it. I was young. It's Fuanga.
Oh, well, now I feel bad. Love him as a right tackle. I don't think he's athletic enough to be a left tackle necessarily, but I think he is an elite right tackle in this league. And by the way, the whole left tackle thing, more and more teams are coming around to the notion that it's not just about the left tackle. Right tackles are getting paid too. See Penei Sewell.
And Fuanga could also, if in a pinch, be an way overqualified guard.
Move inside.
Because
he's a big physical mauler.
Really big. And his run blocking stuff is
Hold on, everybody.
Unreal.
With the 7th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham, tackle, Alabama.
Chalk.
Hey, the ladies like it.
And I broke even.
All right, yeah.
Everything else is gravy.
More chalk.
Yeah.
Okay, Titans.
Now this is not chalk from a week ago. No. There were folks who thought Latham was going to go in the 20s, and Latham has some issues. He had 7 false starts in the last 2 years, and a lot of that is he gets beat around the edge a lot. He's 360, and sometimes it shows. He has a little bit of a hard time getting out and turning, so he false starts because he doesn't trust himself to get out there.
He struggled against some of the
rush.
stunts that Michigan were bringing when they were running some of their twisting games. He struggled a little bit in that game, but what do we say about this draft? Quarterbacks, O-linemen, and receivers. And what have we seen? First 8 picks, quarterbacks, O-linemen, receivers.
J.C. Latham has the most penalties over the last 2 years of, I believe, any offensive lineman projected to go in the first 2 days. He gets a lot. There's a lot of penalties.
All right, that's Andrew Nemec, our draft gnome, in with us. He'll be here tomorrow as well. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Falcons
should be a first defensive player. If the Falcons don't go defense, I don't know that defense.
The first possible Byron Murphy spot, they could go corner, they could go edge. Yeah. They almost have to, unless you want to go hyper luxury and go Roma Dunze, Kyle Pitts, and then you have 3 guys that are all kind of the same, stretch the field vertical big guys. We'll see.
All right, so it gets pretty good here. Falcons picking next at 8, Bears, Jets, Vikings after that. More NFL draft coverage coming up next on The Fan.
Hey, I'm Brett Podolsky, co-founder of The Farmer's Dog. We make fresh food for dogs. We started the company when we saw what a huge difference it made in my own dog, Jada, when she stopped eating ultra
Dallas Turner, Leatu Lott. I mean, all the defensive guys, and maybe Odunze if they wanted to go hyper-aggressive with offensive weapons. For the Falcons to take a quarterback, I don't get it. And Kirk Cousins, by the way, has not been a guy who traditionally isn't going to take that person. Like, he's competitive as heck. He's not going to like that. And now what do you do with Cousins? Because your goal, your hope, if you're the Falcons with that pick, is that Penix is good, right? I mean, you don't take him unless you think he's good. So you're now taking Penix to hopefully beat out Cousins soon.
Unless you think it's insurance policy against the Achilles, but you gave him $84 million in guaranteed money. I just.
What if the tampering thing leads to them losing Cousins?
Ooh. Well,
they can't.
That would be so massive.
That's not going to happen.
Well, that's the only way that pick makes sense. I don't believe it's true. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Well, they must have said, hey, we really our top guy, we love Penix,
Love him.
and if he is still there at 9, because they probably thought somebody would trade up and take him or something, then we're just going to take him and sit him behind Kirk for 3
I guess
or 4
this
years.
comes down to the old adage of if you think a quarterback is a true franchise guy, you don't pass on him. And Cousins is, I think he's 30, I want to say he's like 35, 36. I mean, he's not young, and he is coming off an Achilles injury.
Shocker.
This is, he's 35. He'll be 36 this year when the season starts. So I'll just say, this is one of the biggest Cousin Eddie head sewn to the carpet moments in the last handful of drafts that I can remember.
Yeah, I said 9. Misspoke. That is pick 8. Falcons taking Penix. So the Bears are on the clock now, and it could be back-to-back Huskies.
And I love
Rome Odunze.
I love Penix, and we both did. And the only issue is, can he stay healthy?
No.
Now they are spending a whole lot of money and capital and just hope in 2 quarterbacks that hopefully can maybe stay healthy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess this as
wait.
someone points out, like Green Bay has done this. Green Bay has always drafted their quarterback.
Yes, exactly. And that's what I was going to bring up is, do you really hate the idea of a quarterback sitting behind a clear starter for a couple of years?
I do when they're 23 or 24 years old already. Yeah,
because he's 23,
I really do.
right?
Yeah, I really don't like that.
Yeah.
If Jordan Love was young, when you do it and they're young, I don't have an issue with it. When they're like, who would? What if it were Bo Nix? You'd go, Bo Nix is already 24. What are you doing?
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington.
All right, well, we're back to chalk. That's what we thought. Get Caleb Williams a good weapon. And
well, if you're Caleb Williams now, and this is why I'm going down the road of they can beat the Houston Texans. The defense last year was pretty good. Again, they won 7 games with Justin Fields, who's not very good. And you got Herbert and Swift in the backfield. I'm assuming at some point you're going to draft another offensive lineman this year to try to bolster the offensive line. But you have a very good tackle you got in Wright last year. And now your weapons are on the outside. DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze, 2 good backs. Why can't I keep forgetting the damn tight end out of Notre Dame?
Komet?
Yeah, Komet.
The Vikings are on the clock.
Yeah, JJ.
But they traded up.
Oh, they
Vikings
traded up.
we have a
the
trade.
Jets.
Well, there you go.
They probably only had to give up like a third to
so
move
maybe
up one
this
spot.
is fine.
So they're trying to lock in Nix or McCarthy.
Yeah, because we've been hearing all the time that they love McCarthy. We'll see if that's a smokescreen. But I'm telling you, this Bears situation they have on offense, it is set up for Caleb Williams to be successful and for the Bears to be a 10-win team this year.
And this is how you do it. And this is the difference, really, truly, between what the Commanders are doing and especially what the Patriots are doing, and what a team that builds it the right way,
Build
like the
your
Texans
base and then go
Bears
get a
are doing.
quarterback.
Surround them with weapons. Caleb Williams does not have to be a star in year 1. He has to be a facilitator. All he has to do is get the ball in the hands of his playmakers. Whereas Drake May needs to be superhuman for the Patriots offense to be good. And when you set up a quarterback for success like that, it eases their transition and makes it more likely that they hit.
Is Eberflus the right guy there? Is that the only other question with the Bears?
There's a question.
Because Waldron, they took the Seahawks guy. Waldron's their OC.
Their OC. So
yeah, I wonder if I guess we could worry about that later.
Yeah.
Vikings move up one spot, trade with the Jets. Jets are now picking 11th, Vikings 10th.
They only had to give up a 4th and a 5th.
Okay.
So clearly the Jets weren't taking a quarterback, or maybe they were convinced that someone else was going to jump ahead of them. So this has to be a quarterback.
Yeah, so you had to have been convinced somebody was going to
Yes.
jump ahead of you because the Jets weren't going to take
And
him.
honestly, to ensure that you get that quarterback, to give up a 4th and a 5th, to just make sure somebody from 20, 23 doesn't jump ahead of you. They have
Or
the 25th
Denver
pick.
sitting
there.
right.
Yeah, Denver sitting
or the Raiders to jump ahead of you. It does make sense to just, hey, we'll throw him a 4th and a 5th. Let's lock in our guy. Unfortunately, the Byron Murphy to go top 10 is now not happening.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think they moved up to take Murphy.
Still 4.5 minutes on the clock, so we're going to take a break and we'll come back. We'll have the Vikings pick. That will be followed by the Jets at 11, Broncos at 12. It is 6:15. You're listening to 1080 The Fan.
It's The Fan on demand.
They're kind of fun to play with.
a 6th.
Yeah. So swapped a 5 and a 6, gave up a 4 for one spot. The Vikings here, this is 100% a quarterback. Moved up to make sure that no one jumped them. The question becomes, is this J.J. McCarthy? Is this Bo Nix? All the smoke before the draft said that the Vikings were enamored with J.J. McCarthy. So, they didn't have to move up very high or give up very much if McCarthy is their guy. And by the way, we've officially broken the record. No defensive players in the top 10. And by the way, one's not going at 11 either with the Jets. So the the offensive run continues here.
Crazy.
I don't know who the first defensive guy is going to be. Maybe Denver? Maybe?
Well,
yeah, I could see Denver taking a corner. And whether they pair them with Patrick Surtain and have 2 really good corners, or they trade Surtain to try to rebuild, and then they still need a corner.
You don't think
that
Nix,
does make some sense? It's possible.
Nix to Denver there?
No, it's possible.
12?
It's possible. That's very chalky, and that's how this draft has gone.
All right. While we wait for Goodell to jump out there and announce the Vikings pick, Caleb Williams, number 1 to the Bears. Jaden Daniels, 2 to Washington. Drake May, 3 to the Patriots. Cardinals took Marvin Harrison Jr. 4th.
Selection, we are honored to have with us the surviving mother, brothers, and nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing. Zachary died after a battle with cancer, a cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his 2nd deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
J.J. McCarthy,
quarterback, Michigan.
There you go.
Yep.
McCarthy. So if you're just tuning in, Michael Penix is already off the board. He went, the biggest shocker so far, he went 8th.
Hands down.
To Atlanta.
It's really
one of the bigger shocking, one of the most shocking picks.
And you wonder if Minnesota, if that didn't screw Minnesota. Maybe they were sitting there.
It's very possible.
Hoping Penix was the guy.
Who knows?
And that's why they had to panic trade up and get McCarthy.
What we did learn is that McCarthy was not as beloved as some of the draft. He was the sacrificial. He's still good, but he was the Will Levis of this draft to some extent, where people went, he's going to go 2, he's going to go 3. And the reality was he was, the 4th or 5th quarterback taken?
Well, Nemec wasn't a Jaden Daniels guy. This is mine. I think J.J. McCarthy is going to get someone fired. I'm not a believer in him, but we'll see. He is going to a situation, though, where with a good offensive mind, obviously if you keep Jordan Jefferson around, so it's a good situation for him. I'm just not – I think McCarthy going into this year was a 2nd, 3rd round guy. And then he goes on this run with Michigan where he wins and doesn't throw the ball very much. And my big one is 3rd down. And I know you had some interesting numbers of him on 3rd and long.
3rd and long.
But in their 4 biggest games this year, Penn State, Ohio State, and the 2 playoff games, the best that they ever went on 3rd down was 3 of 13. They were a terrible 3rd down team. And those are, for the most part, short yardage downs because they ran the ball so much.
Yeah, and on the good of him is 3rd and 7 and longer. And there are people who will ask you about a quarterback's 3rd and 7 film.
Yeah.
And what they mean is in 3rd and long, when you know you have to pass, how do they do? And so his 3rd and 7 or longer film plus 4th down, he was 43 of 57. He completed 75% of his passes.
That's big time.
With 7 touchdowns and no picks. Yep. There are people, including Daniel Jeremiah, who said if you just put in the 3rd and 7 tape, again, 3rd and 7 or longer plus 4th down, his 3rd and 7 tape is the best of any quarterback in this draft. The other side, the flip side, he's not good. He's not accurate at all on the run. His off-platform stuff is not special. In fact, it's below average. And if Michigan really believed in him, why on earth in the last 2 years in the 4th quarter has he thrown a grand total of 91 passes in the 4th quarter in 2
scares the living
years?
Hell out of me.
Who do you compare him to?
That's a great question. I don't. I don't know.
I think he's a poor man's Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, that's fair.
And he's going to go in and replace Kirk Cousins.
Well, good thing they traded Kirk Cousins.
Well, but Kirk Cousins was
cheaper
a mid-round pick. Not. Look, I think McCarthy can be fine. That to me, nothing about him says top 10, top 11 pick. But again, there's going to a good offensive mind there. And again, you got rid of Kirk Cousins and you brought in a younger Kirk Cousins.
When we look at just the seasons recently that we saw from Oregon and Washington, there was no scenario in tight situations where Dan Lanning and Kalen DeBoer actively worked to get the ball out of Michael Penix's hands and Bo Nix's hands. They put the ball in their hands to make plays.
Yes.
There are entire fourth quarters in close games.
Second half's Penn State.
Where Michigan does not throw the ball at all when they do need to score and get first downs. And they feel lots better about running it over and over and over. They took the ball out of his hands in key situations. That, to me, regardless of what Harbaugh says, tells me they didn't trust him as much as they pretend they
Unless it's just a Harbaugh thing and it's the Mario. Like, the argument to McCarthy being good is, did Harbaugh neuter him the way that...
he's about to neuter Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
Cristobal
and Justin Herbert.
Right.
So,
no, I'm sorry.
Is that one of that's the thing where maybe you look at McCarthy and be like, hey, once we take the training wheels off, this goes. I don't see it.
Nemec, I know you're a Jeremiah guy. His comp for J.J. McCarthy was Alex Smith.
Yeah. I
go.
think that's very reasonable. I think he sees the field okay. He's not going to create things off platform.
Hold on, everybody.
He's fine.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn State.
Wow.
Baby hands.
Yeah.
That's your boy.
I like Olu Fashanu.
Giant with baby hands.
Best pass blocking tackle in the draft.
I mean, his pass blocking sets are truly works of art. I mean, he's unbelievable at it. He just doesn't move people in the run game. He just doesn't. And it's weird. And you look at last year's film, not this most recent fall, but last year, it was like he's not going to figure it out. And then this year was like, okay, he's figuring it out. If he were on Michigan's team and it was purely run blocking, he'd be their fourth or fifth best college lineman. But in a passing system, he's really, really talented. He has 8.5-inch hands. That's weird for how big he is. It just is. But there's a lot to like there in the sense that what's the moneymaker in the NFL? Passing. And he is an unbelievable pass protector.
And maybe with protecting Aaron Rodgers, and is he the most ready pass protector in this draft? You went out and signed 2 tackles if you're the Jets, but they're older tackles and they're injury prone. So he may be called upon to play early. And remember, going into this year, he was, bar none, the number one offensive lineman going into this year, and then he kind of fell down some boards because of what you said. The run game didn't quite get there.
And if you're the Jets, you worry about the fact that your bookend tackles are Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses, who are both hurt often. Olu Fashanu's a great pass protector. It'll be interesting to see kind of what happens because, like you said, a year ago, the same way people said Caleb Williams with a bullet is the number one quarterback, people were saying Olu Fashanu with a bullet is the number one offensive lineman, and he slid a little bit.
Okay, just a quick recap. Mention the top 4, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, and Marvin Harrison. Number 5 was Joe Alt, the tackle from Notre Dame, to the Chargers. Malik Neighbors, wide receiver from LSU, went to the Giants at number 6. J.C. Latham, tackle from Alabama, to the Titans at 7. And then the shocker of Michael Penix to Atlanta at 8. Rome Odunze went 9 to the Bears. So the Bears have Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze. And then J.J. McCarthy moments ago to the Vikings, who traded up 1 spot. Olu Fashanu, the tackle of Penn State, to the Jets at 11. And the Broncos are next up.
Single defensive player yet. We're smashing records.
Now we're showing the Bo Nix household.
And we could very easily be seeing Bo Nix here. Yeah. Sean Payton. Here's the thing that I think is funny. The sample size, when a good coach gets a good quarterback, they say, well, that's his type. Well, sort of. He had Drew Brees for a long time. He's great.
It's a good type.
What's Bill Belichick's type? He likes white guys who are insanely accurate. It was like, no, he had Tom Brady. That doesn't mean that's his type forever. That said, Maybe Sean Payton has a type, and if it is, and he wants a Drew Brees clone, when we talk about a processor, somebody who sees the field well, it's Bo Nix. And Bo Nix holds up under pressure. That's a stat that people love to look at. How good are you under pressure? His passer rating is the best in this entire draft class under pressure, his quarterback rating. Bo Nix is phenomenal under pressure. He sees the field well. The check down artist stuff was way overstated. He actually threw for more passes of more than 10 yards or more than Jaden Daniels, who everybody just assumed was just launched it. Bo Nix had more completions of 10 yards or more than Jaden Daniels.
Are we going to ignore Roger Goodell being all slurry?
No, I'm telling you, he's popping them Vicodin, baby.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's
he's
speculation.
Really slurry.
Speculation is
he's
that
got a lot of picks left.
Yeah. He said uncle, and it sounded like not uncle.
Well, there was a rumor before that he wouldn't be hugging people because of the back. Dude, he's hugging people, and J.C. Latham
picked him up
and grabbed. I mean, it was like I was like, holy crap! Probably popped another one after that.
All right. Well, when we come back, find out if the Broncos take Bo Nix. The Raiders and Saints are 13 and 14 after that. So it is 6:30. NFL draft coverage here on The Fan. Let's go to Buck with SportsCenter.
This is Draft Week on Prime.
and he did fall to 10.
But there was
he's the only one who didn't go higher than what at exactly what they
Penix
thought.
and Knicks both. There was a belief. Well, Knicks was linked to the Broncos, but there was an idea that maybe they could even move back, and that Penix or Knicks could slide towards the back half of the draft. No.
You mean the back half of the first round?
Back half of the first round, and that obviously didn't happen.
Yeah, Knicks had been linked with Denver forever.
Yeah, that was like minus money.
Yeah, so Sean Payton made no secret he loves Bo Nix, and
listen,
it's a good fit.
Again, I joked that like coaches have a type. I like the really accurate guy that's just phenomenal. But Drew Brees was his guy for a long time, and in this draft, if you wanted the computer back there that's going to run your offense and make the right read, that's Bo Nix. I mean, would you be shocked at all if Bo Nix was a lot like Brock Purdy?
No.
If he ends up being where you go, yeah, he's not Mahomes, but he does the right thing a lot of the time. He's good. Does he have some games where you go, oh, man, that's where you see that he's not an elite guy? Sure, but he's Brock Purdy. If he's the good arc of Brock Purdy, that wouldn't surprise anyone.
Brock
And the
Purdy,
Broncos
Alex
would love
Smith,
that.
something along those lines. And now here we go with the Raiders, who, by all accounts, the Raiders needed a quarterback, but there isn't one to get now. So I don't know. I mean, the Raiders have a lot of needs. So
they got screwed.
My cousin's a huge Raider fan, and he goes, watch. All the quarterbacks are going to go, and we're going to take that stupid corner from Toledo.
Look,
Quinion Mitchell.
I'll tell you right
He's like,
now,
if they do that, I'm just out. So that could very well be what happens.
If he ends up being the first defensive player taken, someone here is
Brock
having a good
Bowers
day.
to the Raiders.
What are we doing over there? Are you falling asleep at the wheel over there, Buckster?
Yep.
All right, so Brock Bowers, tight end Georgia to the Raiders.
I love that.
It's a
pick
good
for the
pick.
Raiders. I love that pick.
If
for the
quarterback's
Raiders.
not there.
Listen, there were a lot of different ways you can build a winner in the NFL these days, right? And everybody says there's no blueprint. The Chiefs have their own system. The Niners have their own system. The Ravens have their own system. The Lions have their own system. Those are the 4 teams that made the conference playoffs or the conference finals. Yeah. You know what they all had in common?
Tight ends.
An elite tight end, because on third down, you had an insurance policy. Travis Kelce, George Kittle, Sam Laporta, Mark Andrews. They now have their insurance policy. And by the way, Brock Bowers, I know people made a big deal about Kyle Pitts because he was such a freak. When we're talking about best tight end prospects in a generation, and that gets way overused, he might be the best tight end prospect in like 25 years. Brock Bowers is a monster. If he'd have come out after his freshman year, he'd have been the number 1 tight end then, too. He's a monster.
This is my guy. I love Brock Bowers. He's a willing blocker. He's better than people give him credit for. He's not George Kittle, but he's the best receiver on a Georgia team that won 2 national championships. He is. I just think this is for a team that didn't get what they wanted in a quarterback. I think he will be the best offensive weapon. Also, hottest girl so far and worst hair. He needs to get some hair plugs and he needs to get it stat.
He looks 40 years old.
I know.
Have you seen that picture of him next to Gronk?
No.
Oh, look up Gronk Bowers Combine. He looks like an MIT dork next to Gronk, and he's an amazing tight end. It's unreal. By the way, the Raiders, they drafted Michael Mayer last year early, a pick I absolutely despise.
Yeah, tight end.
But they now have Michael Mayer, Brock Bowers, Devontae Adams, and Jacoby Myers. That's a pretty good little nucleus.
Yeah, so you go back.
Gardner Minshew's going to love that.
Well, again, you can see.
How do you not like Gardner Minshew?
He's so great. Little ass
He's
man
not
sweatshirt.
He's not a great quarterback,
but he's
fun. So likable.
And I think you're seeing more and more teams now in the NFL, this idea of the 2 tight end sets and being physical. And this is, again, if you don't have an elite quarterback, your best friend is a run game and to play over the middle of the field, and you have 2 tight ends now. And by the way, both big physical tight ends. Mayer, a little more same thing, a willing blocker. Look, I don't love what the Raiders have going on at quarterback, but as you mentioned, there's a lot to like about what they're doing on the offensive side of the ball.
They're going to build an infrastructure, and then they're going to try to go get their Caleb Williams, or they're going to try to go get their C.J. Stroud. And I think that's an interesting strategy. By the way, we talked about this early in the show. The Seahawks, something was just going to fall to them. The way this draft was, the value of quarterback, and we are seeing it. They are not that far away, and obviously probably a defensive player goes in the next couple picks. They look like they're going to get one of the 2 really good corners, their pick of the best edge rusher, the best nose tackle in this draft, or Brian Thomas Jr., the number 4 receiver, or, by the way, one of those tackles that everyone said, Talise Fuanga. Fashinu's gone, but they might get a tackle. They have their choice of a number of players. And by the way, I would be shocked if the Saints don't take a tackle. If the Saints don't take a tackle, fire their GM yesterday.
All right, Saints are on the clock. That will be followed by the Colts and then the Seahawks. Bo Nix, by the way, is now the 3rd oldest quarterback drafted since 1967. The oldest.
Chris Winkie and Brandon Weeden.
Not Chris Winkie. Brandon Weeden, yeah.
I didn't know. First round?
Yeah, this is first round.
Okay, because Winkie got drafted.
Yeah,
okay.
You're right. Yeah, first round. Okay. Sorry. I didn't know this, but Brandon Weeden was 29 years old when he was drafted.
Yeah, I thought he was 28. But yeah, I remember he went and played baseball for all those years and then came and played a bunch of years at Oklahoma State.
Who was the other one?
Jim Druckenmiller.
God. Virginia Tech. Went to the Niners.
He was
in the 1996 draft.
97.
97.
Idiot.
I know.
He was 25. Bo Nix, 24 and a half. And then Chad Pennington and Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah, the age thing, well, I know it's better to be younger.
Is it?
You know.
Joey Harrington on the list as well.
A year or two, a year difference, you know, God, he's fine.
Here's the thing. Quarterbacks now play to their 38, and if he's good, does it really matter that you're like, oh, darn it, his career's only going to be 13 years long instead of 15? I mean, it's kind of dumb that we worry about that. I do think it's weird to draft a mid-20s guy to sit behind someone for a few years. But
and we're going to have Bo Nix versus Justin Herbert.
Twice.
Yeah.
Man, that's going to – Oregon
fans
are going to lose their ass over that.
That'd be great.
They'll root for Herbert still.
Oh.
Yeah. He's an Oregon guy.
Yeah.
I mean, Bo Nix.
I'm sorry.
Well, Bo Nix
what is happening here?
What? He is.
Bo Nix is also an Oregon guy.
No, Justin Herbert is from Eugene.
Yes.
Bo Nix is from the South, man. Come on, that's not even
a Southern boy.
It's not even a.
You think when the Chargers play the Broncos that outside of Mike Lynch, everyone will root for Herbert. Everyone's
Herbert's more popular.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't
he's
think
not
so?
going to get to throw anymore.
No, he throws 10 times a game.
12.
12? 9 for 12.
You watch your mouth.
88 yards.
Well, it's all right. He'll throw 12 times. Nix is going to throw 16 in the
No. He's a check down. That's perfect, by the way. Peyton is he'll get his slant guys, and Bo Nix will throw 50 times a game and be like 41 of 50 for 212 yards, 2 touchdowns and a pick. Oh boy.
Someone texting in on the Vancouver Ford text line, why don't you play the picks on time, you little bitch? How about that?
I think that's a fair
in your face.
Shots fired.
Wow.
Well, Buck didn't want to play the picks at all.
Yeah,
well, that's not true.
He's in silent protest.
We played the first 12 of them, and then as I was editing audio of the 12th, the 13th happened.
I got to say, honestly, you know how we talk about Nikola Jokic pick wasn't announced because it was a Taco Bell commercial when he was picked?
Mm-hmm.
We now have Buck asleep at the wheel when future Hall of Famer Brock Bowers was announced.
That's right.
And he just
didn't
give an S. No. And it's the best pick in the draft so far. And he just
I feel like it was a personal shot at me.
I don't even think he's trying.
That's right. I'm trying to get one over on Suk before he goes on vacation.
So here comes Talise Fuanga from the Oregon State Beavers.
You think so?
Oh.
For the Saints here?
I would be shocked.
They have to take
All right, let's keep it here.
Who else could it be?
Unless they go with the other tackle. They go with Washington.
Who's the next quarterback?
Oh,
Spencer Rattler.
No.
Rattler or the kid out of Tulane will be the next, but they won't go
Pratt.
They won't go until the second round at least.
Michael who?
Michael Pratt.
He's the
I like
quarterback
Michael.
out of Tulane.
I like Michael Pratt quite a bit.
Some people do.
Cool.
Before he got hurt, he was
Never
potentially a first rounder, and then he got hurt, and he looked like Booty and John David Booty.
He looked like Booty Flakes,
and wasn't good.
All right, so we're going to keep it here. We'll get the Saints pick, and then we'll take a break. And then after the Saints, it's the Colts, and then the Seahawks. And you called this right at the top of the show. You said the Seahawks pick
right around when we were
is right around when you start your recruiting show.
Yeah, it's
15 minutes.
The 16th pick. I looked it up to be sure.
That's about right.
Because that's the Seahawks pick. It's always right around between 7 and 7:10 usually.
Right.
It could be also, by the way, if it's not Talise Fuanga here for the Saints, Troy Fatanu could end up staying home and being in Seattle, and they would love that.
Oh yeah.
Like, what if Troy Fatanu's just sitting there for the Seahawks?
Someone's got to pick a defensive player at some point, for God's sake.
Never.
I bet they don't. All 7 rounds.
All first round will be nothing but offensive
all
players.
7 rounds.
I love it. Yeah, defense is overrated.
Can you believe Dallas Turner went undrafted?
Yeah.
It's costing these guys money. Every pick you go down, it's a little bit of change. I guarantee Dallas.
They're not happy.
That's true.
There's defensive players right now that are pissed.
And by the way, 13 players were invited. I had a real concern about one. Darius Robinson, the edge.
Yeah. Still's in there. And
Dallas Turner, Leatu Latu, and Jared Verse, who are all considered definitely better than him.
He's sitting there for a while.
He's probably.
Is he going to wait till tomorrow? Is he going to have to come back tomorrow?
New suit, different girlfriend.
Has that ever happened where a guy has to come back the next? Well, I mean, I know they
don't
haven't.
have to, but guys have come
I
back.
didn't know they invited. He's the defensive end out of Missouri. I didn't know they invited him.
With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Tolaise Fuaga, tackle, Oregon State.
There it is.
Okay, you called that.
Yeah.
The Beavers off the board in the top
Colts
15.
might take Troy Fautanu.
And then at that point, Seattle at 16
can have the best
defensive
the top
player.
defensive player in the draft.
Yes,
Take your pick.
whatever you feel that is.
Yeah.
Edge rusher, interior defensive lineman, or a corner.
Who would you take?
And that's where I said this was going to be a great spot for the Seahawks. It just was obvious that if these quarterbacks went, there are 9 to 10 real true Blues, and if 5 or 6 quarterbacks go, they're going to get one. Not only are they going to get one, they might get their pick of like 4 or 5 really good ones.
So who would you take if you're Seattle?
Oh man, that's so hard. That's so hard. There's a part of me that because you have Devin Witherspoon, and who's a very good corner, I just take Quinion Mitchell, and I'm like, I have a 1-2 potential Pro Bowl corner duo. I think that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I also really like in the NFC West getting Jared Verse. He can stop the run.
Where'd he play?
He can push the pocket.
Florida State.
Florida State. He's a really physical edge rusher. Dallas Turner is your electric edge rusher. Leatu Latu is your unbelievable 7 advanced moves, but he has some medical issues. And if I'm this far down and I have the chance to take Turner and Verse, who have no medical questions, I think for me that slightly pushes Latu down the board a
Washington made him
little
retire
bit.
because of his neck injury.
The University of Washington, the last time he was in Seattle playing football, he medically retired.
Yeah.
So that makes me a little skeptical, but they could get one of those really good corners or a really good edge. Or, hell, Byron Murphy's sitting there, and he is a tone-setting defensive tackle.
That'd be one of those
phenomenal football player.
That would just be like best player. That'd be like what the Raiders did.
You know
with
what? That's
Bowers.
who I'd take.
You take Murphy.
I'd just take Byron Murphy.
Yeah.
Because he's a tone setter up front who pushes the pocket. Brock Purdy falls apart if you push the middle of the pocket. That is your rival. You take him away from the Rams. The Rams are desperate for a Byron Murphy type. They just lost Aaron Donald. I'd take Byron Murphy.
All right, Seahawks pick coming up. It's 6:48 on the Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
Belichick.